false or untrue, it all comes back to you. Open fire on my burning heart. I've never been lucky in love. My defenses are down, a kiss or a frown. I can't survive on my own. If a girl walks in and calls her name in my heart, I'll turn and run away. Every day we've all been led astray. It's hard to be lucky in love. It gets in your eyes, it's making you cry. Don't know what to do, don't know what to do. Looking for love, calling heaven above. Send me an angel, send me an angel. Right now, right now. Send me an angel, send me an angel. Right now, right now. Empty dreams can only disappoint in a room behind your smile. But don't give up, don't give up. You can be lucky in love. It gets in your eyes, it's making you cry. Don't know what to do, don't know what to do. Looking for love, calling heaven above.
I love the Power Glove. It's so bad.
Send me an angel, send me an angel. Right now, right now. Send me an angel, send me an angel. Right now, right now, right now.
Video Armageddon!
Ignition.
Send me an angel, send me an angel. Right now, right now.
He's making the jump. It's his second time through and he hasn't even taken a hit yet.
What is this kid? Some kind of cyborg?
He's a wizard.
Send me an angel, send me an angel. Right now, right now, right now.
California.
Sure, kid. We all want to go to California.
Hello and welcome. You're watching Groove of War. I'm Gavin. I'm joined by Daak and Kaal. And we are going to be showing you some awesome featured matchups tonight in this 1 week long launch tournament for Wargroove. Daak, Kaal, how are you guys? Daak?
Ah, man. The weather here just gets worse and worse.
So for... Daak spent the entire hour before this broadcast giving us updates on his bus, his Uber, the people in the bus. It was... We might as well have been there in snowy Ottawa with him.
Oh, man.
I'm just glad I'm not in Ottawa.
I wish I wasn't either.
Kaal was just chilling, waiting for these games.
Exactly.
Now,
In our first match, it's going to be Daak.
that's right. So, Daak,
Boy.
you're in the room with us right now, but you will be leaving us soon to go play your match against dxmcake. How are you? You're both leading in your pools. You're both 2-0.
Yep.
How you feeling about your match coming up, bud?
I'm feeling pretty good. I've been having good games overall. We'll see if I do well, because I think if I win this one, I'll probably move on to the playoffs. But we'll have to see how everything turns out.
Right. Well, we definitely won't be. We'll be rooting for the better player.
Don't you mean rooting for me then?
Well, I think that dxmcake, I'm gonna call him dxmcake a lot on accident. I'm just dyslexic, I guess. But dxmcake, dude, I think he's gonna go into this match with confidence. I asked him before the broadcast started if there's anything I should know, and he said, "Yeah, I play Koji, which is apparently low tier," and that was his
He
like
is?
badge of honor.
I'm amazed the Koji player is 2-0. I'm very excited to see him work with it because, in my opinion, he has one of the worst grooves.
I think what people misunderstand about his groove is that, I might be wrong about this, but I believe you don't have to use the sparrow bombs to turn you use the groove.
No, you do not. You don't have to. You can move them around.
Yep, and that is something very powerful that people aren't necessarily going to know. So, I don't think Koji's as bad as people are putting him out to be. I'll say that I respect Koji as a pick quite a bit.
So that's
Not a
one.
fan. I think him being a slow charge groove just makes it not worth it. It doesn't have enough impact for how slow it charges.
So that's the match that'll be coming up. We do have a few more featured matchups, but we'll get to them as we proceed throughout the night. Our last stream was on Monday. It was day 2 of this Swiss bracket tournament. We had Daak. You were on stream that day as well. It was you versus Gambarimi. You won 2-0. Red Halo played Rahlekk, who will also be playing a match in our game 2 of the night. Red Halo won that 2-0. Red Halo proceeding 2-0 into day 3. And then we had the phenomenal match. There's no other word for how entertaining Tyrus and Gov Josh were. Both of them fairly new players to the genre. Didn't really play competitively and gave us a hell of a game.
Oh man, there's so much to talk about from that game. All the moments from it, the clips.
If you want to watch any of those games,
Epic Trebuchet plays.
Oh man.
if you want to watch any of those games, they
Trebuchet.
are listed as VODs. Click above on the video tab, and those games will be waiting for you along with the rest of the content from this channel. Now, I know that coming into day 3, we've been talking about sort of where the game is, how we feel about it, and just from the talk on the competitive Discord, you guys had a topic that you wanted to bring up about commander balance and some of the conversation going on about it. So, Kaal, I know this is your strong suit. You want to go ahead and take it away?
Sure, I think that right now a lot of people are correct in talking about the 2 or 3 top COs are Tenrain, Duru, and Baldur. But the thing that I think I disagree with a lot of people with is that any of them are OP. I think that a lot of the current balance issues stem from the fact that the Chucklefish base maps are not very good. And once we see people coming up with more balanced custom maps, we're going to see that the CO balance is actually pretty close together, I think. I don't think there's any CO that I would not play, and I don't think that there's any CO that I would pick every game.
Yeah, what about Koji?
Well, I just hate Koji personally, I'm going to be honest. But I think I would say I would put Koji and maybe Sigrid at the low end of any sort of tier list because I think that they have the least impact on the game. Well, there's COs like Ragna and the second Secret CO and Greenfinger who have so much impact on the map that it's a little pathetic that what Sigrid and Koji's Groove do for how long they charge.
I think I really have to disagree with. I think your overall sentiment is good. Like the commander balance is probably a lot closer than people think. But I honestly have to say, I think the bigger reason is overall player skill. Like in these games, people are making mistakes on turn 3, 4, and that's to be expected. It's a new game.
That's very true too.
But once people get better, mistakes won't happen till turn 10 or 11. And when that starts happening, suddenly those slow grooves don't seem so bad.
Absolutely.
So I think that we'll have to. We honestly can't tell much until then. But right now, it's going to be Valder and Nuru just because, their grooves will actually be relevant based on how quick these games are.
Right. I don't think that the slow grooves are all bad, because I think the Ragna is actually probably one of the best. I would maybe put Ragna on the same tier as Tenri, Nuru, and Valder. Because her group has so much impact.
It basically destroys an army.
Yeah,
I don't know how else to put it. It's like, it's like basically launching a missile silo from Advanced Wars.
Absolutely, it is.
Better.
It is.
It is so much better. I don't know how else to put it except for it will probably win you the game when you play it, or your opponent is forced to completely destroy their own formation.
Can Sparrow Bombs kill?
Can what?
Can that Groove kill?
Yes.
Sparrow Bombs or Shield Bash? Sparrow Bomb does
either
45% of Koji's full HP damage in the area around the Sparrow Bomb. And Shield Bash does 65% of Ragna's full HP damage in a 3x3 grid away from her.
Yep. All damaging abilities in this game can actually kill. Hex, Ragna, Koji, Ryota, Sedge, obviously. No silly, reduce to 1 and get stuck.
Yeah, so overall I think the commander balance is very good.
And then
I do.
I'm just gonna. No, go ahead.
Okay, I was just gonna leave off that. I am tempted to say Nuru might be a little bit on the strong side, just
Absolutely.
because
I think she's a tiny bit overtuned.
she's tiny bit. I mean, there's just too many options for her.
Right.
It's ridiculous how powerful she can be, but I'm still not 100% sold she's broken, but she seems pretty damn close in my mind.
So one other note is, if you're joining us just now and you have no clue what this competitive Wargroove thing is, check out our Discord, Groove of War. I'm sure one of the mods or one of the people in chat will link it. But we actually just opened up a ladder format hosted by SmashGG, and we're testing out competitive map pools. So we're testing out lowering the map pool, trying to get that a little balanced. There's still work to do on that, but if there are certain maps that you absolutely hate to play on, maybe this will alleviate some of that. And map pool also is very impactful on commander balance as well. So we'll see how that sort of mixes into our future thoughts on tier lists. With that said, we're going to be getting into our game 1 of the night very soon. It'll be Daak versus dxmcake. Daak, get out of my call. Get out of the broadcast booth. You've got a match to play. We'll see you guys on the other end of a short break.
I just want you here, like it was 1941. Play that silky tune.
We are back into it. Welcome once again to Groove of War. I'm Gavin. I'm joined by Kaal. And we are getting ready for game one between Daak and dxmcake. Daak repping our Switch players and dxmcake repping our Steam players. I think just from our sort of like, we've seen a lot of Switch players in this tournament, I feel like.
We have. I've yet to see an Xbox One player, but I'm waiting
I
for
played
it.
one in quick play so far.
Really?
I have, yes.
I haven't even seen one in quick play.
So
This
here we
is
go.
Butterfly Island. It is one of the better maps in the map pool, in my opinion, and I think it's one of Daak's favorite maps as well.
dxmcake playing on the left side of the map in orange, playing Koji. On the right side of the map in blue is Daak. Daak is one of our commentators for this tournament, but we will show him no mercy.
Absolutely not.
As a matter of fact, it's probably quite the disadvantage for him.
So one of the problems with this map is that it is a bit prone to stalemating in the south and in the middle until the docks really come online, the ports really come online, and you can get kappas up into the river or get ports on the sides. It's really easy to put spearmen in that middle and southern location to stall out for the game for a little while, and it looks like that might be the strategy that DMX is going for, while Daak opts not to make anything.
He will have 700 next turn.
I think that was probably a misclick, because you never want to not make anything out of your barracks. That's a terrible idea.
Even if it's just a skeleton, right? Because of your gold
Yeah.
value to
Absolutely. There's what's called unit efficiency, which means that the body of the skeleton, even if he does nothing, is usually going to be useful.
so more
To
useful than
block
doing
and-
nothing.
Yeah, it's going to block and defend your higher tech units, which is what you want swordsmen for. So DMX coming out with more spearmen, and he'll put the Kappa into play, which is the amphibian unit for the Heavensong Empire. It's my personal favorite of all the amphibian units.
If I could quick zoom in on that.
He's cute. I like him. So we're just seeing the first initial moves of everybody taking their towns, and then after that we'll kind of see what strategy everybody's going for.
We
Daak
had,
making folk
In
and just
day
a swordsman.
in
Go
day
ahead.
1 and 2, no, you're all right. In day 1 and 2, we had a lot of scenarios where players weren't getting full income in an optimal amount of turns. I think we're gonna see a little less of that coming up today.
I think every day that we go deeper into the tournament, we're going to see better play, even from the same players, because everybody is still gaining experience. Not everybody played Advanced Wars or Advanced Wars by Web or whatever. That kind of experience does help a lot with this, but Wargroove is a very different game. Although the first moves tend to be very similar to Advanced Wars, which is you want to get your income tiles efficiently.
So I think one
So-
thing that a lot of people playing on Butterfly don't exactly know is how to handle the two cities behind the walls in that fort.
Right, the gate. I think that it's a mistake to rush for the gate, because if you do that,
Those are
you
units
leave
that
this-
aren't blocking.
right, you leave the center vulnerable, and you never want to have the center of the map be vulnerable, because it just makes the rest of your position collapse. You always want to defend the center, and we're seeing both players move towards that.
Right, and just if you haven't played on this map in quick play, these gates are destructible, or you can use amphibians to go around the gates. You have two good options here.
That's correct. I think we should be seeing both players move their second amphibians down to the south to take that town and go towards those villages. That's typically what happens in higher level play on this map. As for the center, we'll have to see if DXM tries to make any sort of push early in the beginning here. You always want to go for kills on the slow and medium charge grooves, even if you're taking damage and a little bit of damage in the economy in return.
Right.
Because the slow and medium grooves are mostly more impactful than the fast and very fast grooves.
You're trading damage for tempo in the mid game, basically.
Absolutely, that is exactly the case. You want the mid-game power. That's where you want to win the game. Or, well, the late game, although it's more difficult in that case.
Which is a little bit strange. Okay, so Valder pushes out. I don't know. How do you feel about that move?
That's okay. I mean, if he puts it there, he's just asking Koji to give him charge, because if he takes damage next turn, I think he'll have a faster groove than he would otherwise.
He did have a
He doesn't move a
behind,
skeleton forward,
right?
though, so basically he's just asking for Koji to come hit him.
Which, this is what I would do if I were playing,
Return
Yeah,
to
he
dust.
just wants that charge. He doesn't really care about the HP.
Well, the problem here is going to be when dxmcake backs off, he'll have a row of pikemen to cover his commander. Daak
That's
will
exactly
not
the
have
case.
that benefit.
See, the pikemen are almost twice as effective against a commander than the swords are, so it can be very threatening early on to lose to that pike spam. I think this is one of the few maps, and in general, maps that are naval, pikes tend to be better than swords on the one racks naval maps. It's not a surefire thing, but usually on those maps you have just one kind of contested center area where there's ground units, and then you have naval units going towards the other areas. And if you just have one area that you're defending, pikes are going to be stronger than swords, because swords, their strength is in their movement and their ability to get to places that you need them all the time, while pikes generally just try and stay in one lane.
Archer spawn this turn from dxmcake.
We saw
Yeah,
a wagon
especially-
from
right.
from Daak, and that's a little odd. I think he might be putting that amphibian in there and moving it up to the center river, but we'll see. That's
Yeah,
exactly what he's
so-
doing, yeah.
That unit will very quickly be able to... Well, okay, so there's a few things with that. One, he has very good control to get to those center cities that he
Right.
wouldn't otherwise going around. But second, amphibians are ranged, which I'm sure is a
Absolutely.
surprise to
Amphibians
everybody.
have 2 range. They're very strong.
Definitely a surprise to everyone who like first realizes that.
Yeah, I think that a lot of people are kind of jaded from the Advanced Wars Navy, which was not really that interesting. But in Wargroove, the Navy is actually, I think, better than the air, because it's more well-rounded. There's all of the units are useful. All
It's
of the
very
units are
cost
good.
effective. Like turtles can kill a lot of things and they're only 400
Oh, yeah.
gold.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And the amphibian especially is very useful on maps with rivers and sea tiles near the center, because it can control some more space. And that's probably what we're going to see right here, is him pushing up a little forward with these amphibians and pushing these pikes back, because pikes take a lot of damage from amphibians. It's worth noting that amphibians always crit in water, and the crit is a 2x crit. It's very strong. So Daak's pulling back to heal his commander, which is sort of what I expected to do, and putting that wall of swordsmen in the ways that Koji can't push up after him. I think what DXM might do here is try and get a kill on one of these swordsmen just to get some charge for Koji, and then retreat backwards and try and get out of the range of the amphibian until he brings up his own.
Fairly
Or
certain
brings
that
up an
amphibian-
archer.
That amphibian does kill on crit as well. It's a pikeman.
No, I think they only do 60 damage. It's a pikeman.
I could be reading wrong for sure.
But a good thing to note is that archers are very strong against amphibians, so that was a very good buy from DXM. I have no idea if it's on purpose or what sort of experience he has on this map. But archers are pretty much the only unit that directly counters amphibians. Not only in the fact that they have 3 range and can also move, but also because just the way the unit counters work, they're very strong against them.
Do you think going well?
So
I'm
Koji
actually
already up to 40% charge. That's great. No, I'm sorry, I cut you off. Go ahead.
No, you're fine. I'm just curious. I'm fairly certain the pikeman could attack the amphibian there, correct? Like, there's
No, that is not correct.
That is not correct. Okay.
Pi-
I wasn't
pikemen
sure
cannot
about how
attack
the.
into- Pikemen cannot attack into the sea. If that was a beach tile, he could attack
Okay.
into him, but they cannot move into sea to
I was
attack.
a little confused about how the The amphibian obviously can move on land, so I was a little bit confused on how the unit classification worked there.
Right. No, none of the melee only units can attack into sea tiles, even if it's an amphibian or a boat on the shore.
Harpy spawn coming from DXM. And a 4th pikeman.
I think a harpy is a good buy on this map, even if Daak goes for a strategy of making mages, because the harpy has so much more movement and there's so much area to cover.
Rise from
So
your
Daak going for the groove with Valder. So a matter, of course, to go for the kill on the spearman and try to reduce some of this pressure that's coming at him, because he is on the back foot right now. It looks like Koji will be able to get a second kill in, which is even more charge for him. For those that don't know, Koji gets 20% charge on a kill, 5% on attack and be attacked, and 10% every turn. I think I'm fairly sure it's 10% every turn at least.
Daak's gonna have to start planning ahead now. On
Yeah,
how
I
to
think
handle
that
Koji's groove.
I think that Daak made a somewhat critical mistake here. He moved his amphibian back, but it's still in range of the archer, and it's going to take, I think, 90 damage from the archer, and that amphibian is pretty much useless after that because it's not in range of any villages for another 2 turns. And it's an expensive unit to heal. It's a 250 gold unit, and for a unit like the amphibian, which is basically an infantry, that's a lot of gold. But there was the rain, which I was not looking at, so he's actually going to be okay.
We know that'll be the only time I forget to notice rain.
Yeah, exactly.
Normally I'm the one who's on top of that, but naval units have 1 less move on rain. Air units have 20% less damage, and ground units have -1 range in bad weather.
Actually, naval units also have -1 range, it's worth noting. So Koji gets another kill, and he's already up to 65% or 70% charge, and that's really good for how early in the game this is.
There's no real threat to him either. Like he's not really trading damage for any of these kills either.
Yeah, his Daak is just trying to slow him down with these spears, and he's not coping well. The swords are really rough on this map. I think it's a bit of a mistake to be using them so much. You really need more pikes on this map. And I think so many mages is gonna kind of bite him in the wrong way too, because he's spending so much of his money on mages that DMX has now got enough gold to get knights out, and the knight is a lot of pressure on the mages. It totally devastates them. And on the other hand, Daak is really not going to be able to make many knights because there's so many pikemen on the field for DMX. Or DXM. Son of a gun.
Hey,
Sorry.
I told you, it's a real thing. I don't know what I was watching or what I watched to make that mistake, but it just rolls off the tongue better, right?
So, Daak again opting for that wagoned amphibian. I think he's going to put it up in the river this time. That's probably a little bit better. Actually, no, he can't do that because of the harpies. I forgot about those there. Probably not a good idea in general to make more of the wagoned amphibians. He really needs some ground tech. I think he really should probably pull back that amphibian because the archer is going to be able to pressure it next turn. It's not going to be able to do much damage itself, and he might be better served by just trying to get control of both of those village on the southern flank and trying to get some sort of income advantage. The Daak has moved up and hit Koji because he wants to charge his groove again, which I think is a relatively good decision. Koji is not going to be able to do too much damage to the commander, and it does body block and protect his amphibians. DXM has got to be real careful how he positions these next few moves. Because he can get an advantage here, but I don't think he wants to push too far forward, or he could get a really devastating counterattack. I think right now he just needs to kind of solidify his position, and then go in once the bad weather stops, and pick off the amphibians a little bit at a time with his archer.
Another turn of bad weather coming up, so that strategy is going to be a little bit delayed.
Right.
Really, the weather is going to. Who does it hurt more right at this moment? What does an extra turn of bad weather do for both player strategies here?
Oh my god! And I think it hurts. It hurts DXM more because he would have been able to deal with these amphibians in the center right now if he hadn't had this bad weather luck. That's really terrible. Alright, so it looks like DXM is positioning himself to get the crit on the gate next turn and get right in there. I'm not sure. I think maybe he just didn't think about the fact that he could go around the south of the island.
That's
a little. I think that's a bit of a mistake. But he is trying to solidify his control of the center on his side at least, and then it's moving back.
He's trying to get out of the amphibian range.
Right. I'm not sure I entirely agree with that, but that's okay, because he does have a little bit of an advantage right now as far as economy goes.
He might be thinking, I'm going to take an economy lead bottom, but if he breaks down the gate, that will not be a thing. Or be moving aggressively towards that tower. So
yeah,
at some point,
this is what I figured is he's not moving towards the tower. He's moving towards that top town and the amphibian up there. It's worth noting that amphibians cannot attack air, so that amphibian is pretty dead unless Daak retreats it really quickly.
Well, if he's going for the tower or the amphibian or the town, it still is something that Daak will have to actually actively respond to.
Right.
So
and I think
is gold that will be funneled to that tower the same turn that DXM builds a trebuchet.
Right. I think Daak may be thinking that he'll build a witch here, but in my opinion that would be a big waste of gold. Because DXM has so much good ground tech that even though a witch is going to kill that 600 gold harpy...
Where's the witch?
Yeah, I don't think I agree with it. I think it's not useful beyond killing the harpy, because income is so important here that I don't think he'll be able to do enough with the witch.
I wonder if DXM is going to pick up here that he can hop to those bridges with his amphibian. With Daak making that play. Oh, well, Daak's going to take both cities here, very likely.
Well, if he does, he won't hold him for long. The amphibian can't really stand out to the knights and protect the village.
Do we know that knight's going to go down to...
I mean, he moved it forward one square to move it into crit range of the gate, so I'm assuming that he's going down there. If not, it would be a pretty big mistake, because he could have moved it far more towards the center and put pressure on Daak. He's just going to use groove. That's good. You always want to be using your groove as much as you can on Baldur. The big advantage that DXM has right now is that even though he doesn't have as much frontline units as Daak, he's got a solid core of his front line, and then he has some range damage in the back that can force Daak's position back. And he should eventually be able to gain control of that center village. by
Next
pushing with his
turn-
trebuchet.
Next
So
turn
next
is
turn
sunny
we're back
weather.
to sunny weather, yeah. And that means that DXM should be able to push. So there's that hit on the gate. Amphibian's going to hit it one more time, and next turn it'll be down, and the knight will be in.
So that absolutely is the correct move for the amphibian to attack the gate instead of going around.
I think maybe it might have, just to open the gate so that DXM can get his more powerful units in to hold it from the amphibians.
So it'll be perfectly timed for the knight to push in. We should note, both players are going into this game 2-0 in this Swiss bracket.
Yeah.
So they had to win their first game blind and then their second game against another 1-0 opponent. So they are holding up very well as far as the opponents they're facing. Flagman crit formation with Trebuchet in the back. Trebuchet range will be full next turn.
I think this might be a slight error from DXM in positioning, but we'll see if Daak takes advantage of it or not.
Darby goes for the amphibian, like you called.
I think that's a good
The
choice.
witch will race it next turn anyway, so it doesn't really matter.
Right. And he's probably going to move up with that Kappa to put pressure on that town, take control of it, and chase Daak's amphibian back to that tower to heal. But in the
Well,
meantime, it should
Daak
lose
could
the
also-
position.
Doc could also build aeronaut out of that tower. Protect that village.
That's true. He could build a harpy himself. I think he's too pressured in the middle to be making Skytech at this point.
But he will have a 200 gold upturn next turn.
That's correct.
Another knight coming out for DXM.
I think that's the right decision. Take advantage of that middle more. Daak doesn't really have any spears to stop him except for that one spear that's in the back there.
It's a terrifying formation to look at if I
Yeah,
were Doc.
his middle is very weak.
He's late on the high tech. Koji's groove is almost full. Okay, so the amphibian's gonna move up instead of taking it down this turn.
And this is exactly what I thought Daak would do. Is he wants to go in and take care of that archer with the skeleton. Because that puts a lot less pressure on those amphibians in the middle, and now the amphibians can pressure the center again and take control of it. And that was that positioning error by DXM. He really needed to keep the archer back more. There wasn't really much reason to move it up like that. And like you said, he built that aeronaut up top. Got the vampire. The Felheim faction unit for the aeronaut. And he has pretty much control of this guy at this point. DXM will probably need to make his own witch if he wants to stop too much of the sky pressure, or maybe even a trebuchet, but I think that a witch is probably the better call.
Yeah, and to be fair, like, Cake is absolutely in the position to make the witch here. He's
Right.
got the tech advantage on his middle fight, even though we've got quite a strong push coming out from Daak. Well, I think you're right. I think a witch would be better served in this scenario. Note that since there were no city captures bottom, we're probably going to see the knight break open the gate and the amphibian move in to start taking those cities.
Yeah, it can't move in one turn, but it should take it the turn after next. Or turn after this one, I'm sorry. Ooh, yeah.
Which is really good for Cake because now that knight can go back up what's happening here at mid.
Right.
You mentioned the archer being the only unit able to handle these amphibians and was caught out of position for health.
Right. I think it needs to go back and heal as soon as possible.
Trebuchet is still in place, but not quite the deterrent that Cake was probably hoping for. Imagine one more skeleton in this army off of that early game misclick.
Yeah.
Daak did send us a note calling it a misclick. That's happened a lot this tournament. Players are quick to call out their misclicks. We'll get PMs pretty often about that.
I think DXM his center is probably going to crumble here. I don't think he can hold back the push from Daak. Yeah, it's the right decision to move back and try and use his knights, because Daak can't push too far forward without at least a couple of pikemen, or he's in danger of losing his mages or his amphibians.
There's the witch.
Yeah, that's the right call.
Now, does that turn into a stalemate, or does one player build a second witch?
I mean, it really depends. I think at this point, DXM can't really afford to build too many witches, but neither really can Daak. I think Daak has the amphibian advantage, and he should probably leverage that, and I think he will. I think if I was DXM in this position, I'd probably move my knight forward to cover the other village on the opposite side, just to kind of hold that income and make sure that that Daak can't get it. Because as it is now, this game might be going a little bit long, because neither player really has an advantage yet that's wrecked the income of the other player. There's no big tech units that have been lost except for that Harpy in the north, but Daak has lost a lot of fodder in the middle, which offsets that. And I think that DXM with his strong core and his backline can't really be threatened currently. And if he tries to keep an income advantage, he can make a comeback in the center.
Koji Groove is 10% till finished.
Oh, that's another thing I forgot about was Koji Groove.
Yeah.
So that's next turn, or not next turn.
tempo.
Yeah, the turn after next, he will have his groove.
So both players really need to be keeping that in mind, that in 2 turns, Koji Groove will be active. Not only does Daak have to, like, worry about it coming out, but Cake has to actually capitalize on it as well, so there are a lot of mistakes you can make with a lot of commanders' mid-tempo grooves, or mid-game grooves.
I think Daak has really got to try and push up enough that he can get his mages into play in the center, so that he can pressure the top lane with his Harpy and try and keep the Witch of DXM out of play. If he can do that, he might be able to leverage enough of an advantage to push in. It's worth noting with how good mermen are on the sea, they are absolutely terrible on the land. The reason that they do much damage is because of their crit. Without their crit, they don't do much at all. They're worse swordsmen on the land. They just got a little bit of range.
What we haven't mentioned already is worth noting that amphibians have full movement on rivers. So they are very they have
Very
really
mobile.
good movement tech on this map specifically.
Right.
that amphibian is safe. Like,
Yeah,
that's a
he
great
can attack
angle
it.
to harass that village.
Yeah. So while he gains the village at the bottom, he'll probably be losing that one in the middle.
That was a very, very well positioned amphibian. The more I think about it.
Yes.
Oh. Next turn is favorable weather, however.
Favorable weather should be interesting because Daak will have to push back a little more, and DXM can regain a little bit of his position.
Now, I don't know how I feel about this. I think this archer needs to go back and heal instead of continuously putting out
Yeah, I
this
think
mitigate
it just dies right there, if I'm not wrong. I think he'll probably build another archer. I think that's what that play is he's trying to bait the merman into it and it'll move up and kill him. Because building another archer is probably better than healing the old one full.
The play.
There it is, yeah. I think he needs to move up his knight on the bottom to try and keep pressure on that bottom village, but at the same time stay out of range of the amphibian hits. Yeah, there you go. That's good, I like that.
dxmcake playing to Kaal's standards.
Yeah.
Let's see if Daak can match up to Kaal standards as well, considering Daak is the one who we can roast after this game.
Well, roasts are coming.
Speaking of roast, yeah, we actually need to recap my day 2 after this. That's gonna be quite the story.
I like this. Okay, so DXM gets his pieces more into position. I think, yeah, that's a good spawn there for him. The way he's positioned his Skyrider, his Witch, and his Amphibian, his Kappa, he can actually push that Amphibian out because of the way the Witch is positioned, and Daak can't really do anything about it. I like that. I like that play. That's very good. It's heads-up positional play. And I think he's debating whether or not to build an amphibian here or to save his gold for ground tech unit the next turn. And I'm not sure which is better myself. I think if I were him, I'd probably save my gold, but he's going to go for the amphibian.
Yeah, I don't. What do you do 3 turns from now with the amphibian?
Yeah, I think
really
it's
a clear answer to that, which makes
yeah,
it probably pretty.
I think that the fact that he doesn't have a wagon makes the amphibian play not as good for him than it is for Daak.
Well, he could do the wagon next turn and then load.
Well,
it, so
yeah, that's true, but still, I think it's just not as strong for him as it is for Daak. I think I would go more for just a straight ground push.
Butterfly is a very good map, as you can see, in the sense that
Yeah,
do
it is
have
one
all
of the only actually balanced maps in the map pool.
we have
I
all
will say
3
that.
theaters of war sort of meeting here in the middle in this same 10x10 grid here. You have
Yeah,
air,
I
land,
think-
and sea.
I think that land, air, and sea maps are really where Wargroove shines because I think all the units are done pretty well.
And that was, you mentioned it earlier, you sort of alluded to it, but Advanced Wars back in the day didn't really have the most intriguing naval game.
Yeah, the battleships were a little bit ridiculous. Yeah, see, there's that archer positioning that just wasn't so good. I'm curious why Daak has sacrificed his amphibian on the bottom, though. That's a misplay, I think.
Alright, we'll kill it next turn in crit range, and that
And
amphibian.
he's really wanting to go forward here. I'm not sure I agree with that. Because it's not like DXM is defenseless. He has all of his hard-hitting units. He hasn't lost any big tech except for that Harpy. And Daak is only just killing fodder, and I think he's sacrificing his mage here, and maybe even more for more an advantage than he thinks he has. I think he's too overconfident here.
Amphibian also moving forward. Yeah, I'm not. The amphibian weakens the soldier to finish it off with the mage.
Oh, I see what Daak's doing. He's trying to groove to get out the catapult out of the way.
grave.
That's a very strong 4-unit push. Next turn though, Koji will have groove up.
Well, he won't have it up in time to do anything with it next
Right.
turn.
It's
But-
a 4% charge, correct? Or
No, it's a 10% per turn. But groove's charge at the end of your turn, not the beginning.
okay. Thank you for the clarification on that. Indeed, it will come out too late to handle this push. Expert play by Daak, managing Valder's groove there, and the amphibian in place. The witch coming up for backup. Wow, this really turned very fast.
So he did actually have enough to push through. I was surprised about that. That was well played. I forgot about the amphibian that can come around.
I'm sure DXM is very confused about how he got into this position.
Yeah.
Pikeman has nothing to crit off of this turn.
I think what we're going to see happen is the witch come in and do a hex to just kind of deal. I mean, it'll deal a lot of damage here. It'll be well worth it.
It is a favorable win turn, but that has mostly been negated by the Valder groove onto Trebuchet.
Right.
By the way, you mentioned
Yes. Go ahead.
you mentioned the amphibian being in range bottom. That knight, if it does go for amphibian, will be out of combat for extra turn. Not
Yeah,
really
that's
doing
true.
anything mid. So
So he might bring him back, or he might move it forward. It depends on if he thinks he can hold, and if you think he'll lose from Daak's push, because he might not actually. Daak's push might not be actually strong enough to kill him, and he may overextend. We'll see.
I think the knight will probably have to be a very important factor to that counter push instead of going for the amphibian bottom, but he's working out the math as we watch.
Yeah, so he's going for the amphibian. He wanted the free unit. He's probably pretty confident that he can take Daak here.
He's definitely like working towards the turn after this when Koji Groove does come up.
I think what we're going to see him do is bring back the trebuchet into a more defensive position, push up with the spear, hit that sword. Oh, or not, he's just going to go for the mage. He wants to try and kill Valder, I think. I think that's what that says.
Return to
He wants to try and lure Valder into staying and kill him that way. And he might be able to. We'll see.
That knight is automatically in crit range, so Valder will not be able to attack next turn without getting crit by the knight. Body blockers notwithstanding. His amphibians cannot get back to ground fast enough to really help as bodies. Two pikemen in the back can't move forward quite well enough. There's a harpy on the field.
So I think we're going to see Koji hit Valder in the face. So I don't think Daak has enough. He doesn't have enough firepower to kill Koji.
No. And that's the correct move because Koji cannot be counterattacked safely next turn.
Right.
The amphibians aren't in range. The knight's there to deter Stain.
Daak has actually gotten himself in a bit of a mess here.
Did he... I'm trying to remember the state of play last turn. Did Valder have to move up to that space to Skeleton?
So.
No.
To actually use his groove, yes, he did have to move right there.
Okay.
Exactly.
He is not taking much time to think of this turn. He's been thinking through this turn. Daak is just going for it.
Oh no! I don't think that's good. I think that might end up killing Daak.
Valder can't escape in the wagon.
Oh, that's true. He can do that. That's a good point. I didn't think of that.
But
He does have the wagon.
to go where?
I
I would
can
have-
just go all the way back to the.
I would have
fucking fort.
kept that top village as the one I heal off of. That way Valder could potentially move back into range to attack if need be. Either way, Valder escapes with his life as he hexes this army down and finishes off the trebuchet.
Yeah, I think in this situation that Balder's pretty safe from the Sphere Bombs, and Daak has gotten himself into a winning position. This is one of the reasons that Koji in particular is weak. It's because it's difficult to get his groove into play effectively.
Every turn that we see Koji sitting on his groove will be value lost. If I were you guys, I would start counting that starting this turn. He worked very hard to build this groove up as well.
Yeah, he did.
He was very aggressive in the early game, only to be stuck in a position where he doesn't have the greatest timing to use it.
Both players using Hex well. There's a spare bomb. Yeah, that's kind of where I figured he put that one. I'm not sure where he's going to put the second one, though. So he wants to kill off that amphibian. And as you can see, it didn't do much. This is one of the reasons that, in particular, Koji is, I think, weaker than Ragnar. Because Ragnar could have devastated about half of this attacking force. But, Koji just doesn't do much. Barrel Bomb, it's weak. So, for those who don't know how Sparrow Bomb works, it targets one square around where it moves and explodes. So all the units surrounding it will take 45% of Koji's max HP damage. to that unit. I'm not actually sure how they do the calculations for the air units, though. I think it might just be 20% for them.
A lot to discover still, especially with these commanders where you don't see their grooves quite as much.
Right.
I think that's actually, this is a little bit, there might be a little bit of a weird comparison, but in fighting games, one advantage of playing lower tier characters is often matchup knowledge. So not knowing how to deal with these grooves that you never see is a real thing.
That's very true. For those who never played Super Turbo, for years, the character T-Hawk was considered one of the worst characters in the game, if not the worst character in the game. This game came out 20 years ago. But recently, people have been discovering that T-Hawk is ridiculous.
That is pulling some deep fighting game lore.
Yeah.
I was happy to hear that reference brought up.
So Daak has a pretty untenable advantage at this point, I think. I don't think that DXM can come back.
High value fight right there. So what was DXM's biggest mistake there? Leading up to this.
He just made a couple of positioning areas where he didn't respect Daak's push, and I think he forgot about the Balder ultimate, and ultimately he had his trebuchet in a weak position where it couldn't actually be defended. I think it needed to be back a couple of squares between the village and the woods, but he wasn't really willing to give up that village. And ultimately, that's what cost him the game.
Seems to be mistakes with both of his range units that were featured this round. He had an archer that was played early in the
archer
game.
Definitely was a big issue because it allowed the amphibians to come back into the center and take control of the center again. And I think that ultimately is what lost him the game. He also overextended with his harpy. He shouldn't have been more aware of the fact that a witch could spawn.
And he's gonna call it there.
Yeah, he's going to call it. I think that was a good game, though. That was well played from both players.
So DXM definitely saw the writing on the wall there.
Yeah.
That was a pretty quick game. We're probably going to try again to game 2 as quick as we can. So, Daak leads the series 1-0. The only thing he gave us to roast him with was that early barracks mishap, but overall, very solid game by Daak. Especially just based on what we could visually see in the mid game. That was a scary army to overcome, but he managed to do it. I think a lot of that, as always, sort of came from your commander choice.
Yeah, I think that was a very close game, actually. And I think DXM would have been able to pull that out if he had not made the critical error with his archer in the beginning and had been more aware of the threat of the amphibians. Because I liked the way that he was building, but ultimately just a couple mistakes cost him the game.
Right. So with that said, I sort of lied. We are going to take a quick break as our players get ready for game 2. I'm sure both players... We are getting pretty far into the tournament, right? Like, all these players sort of playing in high-level Swiss rounds are really taking a little bit of time.
These matches are not easy. They're stressful.
No, they're stressful, and players need time to decompress, think through how to approach game 2, and map pick is especially important. So, with that, DXM will have next map pick, and we'll be taking a quick break. We'll be back on the other side, and catch you guys later. Welcome back to Groove of War. We are entering Game 2 very soon between Daak and dxmcake. Daak took Game 1 in a close set. Waiting for our invite code to get into that game, and we'll also post it in chat if any of you would like to follow along in your client of choice. Wargroove came out last weekend for Switch, Xbox, Steam. We got the code. We're going to be getting the game very soon. Bugglefish, thank you so much for giving us crossplay right out of the bat and letting us host. I think we really are not hyping up just how amazing it is that we got crossplay from the start with no drama.
Great. The fact that we can play it between Steam and Switch is what makes this game community so strong, I think.
Off the bat, no fractured community. Speaking of communities, if you'd like to join the Discord where this tournament and many other competitions are hosted, check out our Discord, Groove of War. I'm sure somebody will post it quickly in chat.
Okay, just same COs as last time.
Things on Narrows, if I'm getting that correct.
Yeah, this is the Narrows. It is a 2x only, no flyers map. And generally has battles all along the middle, both up top and down in the south. Particularly centered around the bridges, and control of the bridges and those middle two villages.
our dominion grows.
These first moves, we're just going to see the players take care of their income efficiently, which both players did pretty well last game, but we're going to see real quick mage out of Daak. And we're going to see spearmen again out of DXM. Now, mages are very strong on this map, mostly because of that middle square of forests in the center. They have very strong control of the space, both there and in the south and in the north, because there's not many spaces on the map except for around the bridges and the tile above the bridges where they don't crit in the center of battle. So they're very strong units on this map in particular.
By the way, just to set the stage a little bit, it is dxmcake on the left side of your screen in orange, Daak on the right side in blue, same as last game.
I have to root for orange because it's the better color. Blue sucks. Sorry, Doc.
A Clemson fan myself, for those of you who watch college football.
I don't.
So I'm also happy to root for orange in this matchup. Sorry for those of you who are looking at the game on small screen there for a bit. Got that fixed.
I think DXN did make a little bit of a mistake here because he is player 2, but he's getting to his racks. His secondary racks slower than player 1 did, which shouldn't generally happen. You want to go for that racks first, pretty much always. Getting the second racks operational and putting an additional skeleton out every turn is extremely important. I'm sorry, additional swordsman out every turn is extremely important. Again, if you're interested in competitive groove Wargroove, if you're interested in competitive Wargroove, check out our Discord at bit.ly/Groove of War. We have a ladder system ongoing, and there's another better ladder in the works. And we also talk about tournaments, competitive map making, tactics, and CO balance, and anything you could possibly want.
Really leading the charge as far as the potential, well, existing competitive Wargroove community goes. I think recently there was a post on Reddit about a homemade website, or homebrew, I'm not exactly sure the best way to put it, but grooveladder.com. They've officially partnered with us today. Currently we're hosting on Smash GG, but I'm going to be migrating to there soon enough. And, you know, we've been making fighting game references, but oftentimes the best projects are the ones that the community puts out themselves. So, pretty excited to see that starting out. So, is Koji's best move here to raid that village?
I think so, yes. I don't think it was good that he let his village be killed like that. He could have positioned himself so that did not happen, but since it did, he really should go for trading and getting the death charge himself.
And he does it from the forest tile as well. He doesn't do it from the plains.
Right. It's worth noting that commanders do 75% base damage to all buildings, so he should be able to kill it this turn. I'd be shocked if he did not go for that. Daak going for battle pups. I actually don't know what the Felheim dog is called. Shame on me.
Surely the codex will tell us. They're Dreadhounds.
Dreadhounds, okay. Yeah, there he goes. The trade for the kill charge on him as well.
Let's go, Tenko!
I did have this sneaking, like, what if he just went up and smacked Valder?
Nah, that would not be good. He would be losing if he did that.
Right, I wanted.
I do like that he retook the village right away, because even if Valder gets any sort of crit in here with his skeleton, because he wants to use his groove right away, he won't be able to kill the village without losing his skeleton in return. So I like that play. Although I don't like that play because he's just allowed Balder to get a crit on that trebuchet. Although it will require Balder to go way deep.
Yeah, I definitely don't think he should
Yeah,
move on.
that would be very risky by Daak. I would not recommend that.
Well, it's not as much of the turn after he makes that play is scary already, but it's the journey it will take back to get back to the midline.
Oh, he'll surely be trapped. There was all kinds of ways to trap Balder if he does that. I think he'll just use his groove right here and send the skeleton. Or move over one maybe and send the skeleton. But I think even that might be too risky.
I think he leaves the trebuchet alone this turn.
He has the opportunity to do stuff, and Daak loves these kind of plays, as we've seen in his last games. He may move up top and try and get a crit on that swordsman up there and pressure that Rax. I think that might be the play he goes for. Yeah, there he goes. Yeah, he was thinking pretty hard about going for that trebuchet, I think. He goes for the Rax pressure instead, which is also good. But he is leaving his mages and his archer very vulnerable because commanders totally annihilate mages. I think they do 95% damage to them.
Does this mage recap the village or does it retreat from Koji?
I think that's a mistake. I think he should have left the alone. Yeah, I think that was not so good. Well,
Daak could play a cavalry from the lower barracks.
I think the Daak is overextended a little bit here.
So the trebuchet moves in order to defend the barracks next turn.
Yeah, I
Koji
think
moves to kill the mage, very likely.
I think he's either going to get on the mage or he's going to kill the town again. Either one is good, because either one is giving him a lot of charge. And also gaining him significant gold advantage. I think killing the mage probably not a good idea because it eats a crit from the cavalry. And we see Daak had forgotten that one village, so he's a little bit late on that income. Yeah. That's the second time he's done that, by the way.
We have now.
For the record.
That was probably the commentator's curse as well, since we did mention game one that we likely wouldn't see any delayed in full income.
Right.
We'll take responsibility for that partially as well. Again, I'm sure Daak has mixed feelings about every mistake he makes, knowing he's going to be casting game 2 with us.
Good movements from DXM. That's what I would do. I think he needs to move his spears forward to gain control of the center. 2 spearmen in the middle, really strong. As for what he makes to try and defend this Rax, I'm actually not sure. Because he can't let Balder get within hitting distance of it. So what he's actually got to do, I think... Ooh, that's not good.
I would say both commanders here are a little rattled. I don't think either player's plans are going exactly as they thought they would.
Yeah, DXM just made an error there. He really needed to heal off of the fortress, and while it does bring the fortress down to 1, the problem is that the skeleton is going to die. There's no way around it, so Valder will be able to move into position and take the racks, and he'll be down a production facility, which means he's down in unit efficiency.
Especially on a map like this, where your income is 800, like you have...
Right.
You have units.
He's got to be real careful here, real careful. But he is gaining a lot of charge up at Center Village.
Let's go, Tenko!
Doc should just not take it back. It was a mistake to take it in the first place. That is a big mistake that what some players make, is to keep taking villages that are being attacked by commanders. That's just free charge. You don't want to do it.
And charge is very oftentimes more gold efficient than
Absolutely.
Just keeping the village out to begin with.
Yeah, absolutely. Grooves are worth a lot of money. Except for, well, most of the slow and medium grooves are worth a lot of money. The Valder's groove is not especially worth a lot of money. It's just a 100 G Spearman. Crit, I would say it's about 150 gold groove. But it can do a lot of damage.
That knight is in an interesting position as well. The
Yeah,
knight,
he's got a good flank opportunity with that knight.
and since we discussed this last time, that would not be a crit, correct? Rounding in the corner, it would not be 6 squares away.
I don't believe so, no. I might, though.
So the way that we
Sometimes
understand it,
but with rivers works differently. So he does
6
back up.
spaces away, not 6 movement on the
Right.
corner. So we discussed it a little bit. A knight has to be 6 spaces away to crit, not 6 tiles of movement, not 6 value tiles of movement. And I feel like with this positioning, he's keeping that in mind.
So Daak opts not to go for the Rax cheese. I don't know whether to say it's good or not. It was just only an option, but I think I would have done it because he wasn't in danger of death. But he would put a dent into the production of DXM, especially on the northern front. Could have pushed in and maybe a little bit more. Next issue now is that DXM has the trebuchet and a really good control of space in the middle. And although Daak has a better unit efficiency at the moment, I think he's got like 5 more units because of the skeletons. Yeah, he's got 4 more units because of the amount of skeletons and spearmen that he has. But DXM definitely has a stronger tech.
Yeah,
now,
this
Daak
kind of
has
reflects
taken-
game 1, as far as
Yeah,
that
Daak
goes.
has taken that village again, and I just don't like it. Because he's in no danger of putting any significant damage on Koji at all. Koji can just take it and say, whatever, I'll take the 4 or 5 HP that I'm losing to get this charge. No problem, because he will have... If Koji takes this, he will have his groove at the end of the turn.
I think the thing that DXM is hesitant about is he's looking at the knight in play, looking at the
Yeah,
archer
he's
in
worried a little bit
play,
about the Kroot.
and he's worried about the
That's
2 mages.
I think that was a good move.
Spearman is there not only to kill the dog, but also to block the mage.
Right.
Without that, both mages have a move.
There we go. There is the groove.
Tenko!
Koji definitely has one of the better attack animations in this game.
Yeah, I love his attack animation.
Better than Sedge. Sedge mains can fight me on that.
I think that I like Sigrid's personality on her attack the best. She's just like, yeah, slap, get out of here. I'm a vampire, I don't like you.
Not to go
But,
into your opinions on Sigrid as a commander, however.
Yeah. It sucks because I really like her as a character, but I don't really like playing her. I think she's just kind of a noob stomper.
certainly more of a podcast topic than something to bring up in the center of in the middle of a match. But I'd be interested to see what they do for CO balance, considering puzzles are a thing.
Yeah, I don't think there really is any necessary changes other than Nuru right now, and Nuru's puzzle doesn't really require her teleports that much. I think you can do it without, because you have a little bit of extra damage on her puzzle. Speaking of which, if you have not done the puzzles, you should check them out. They're very fun.
Very educational as well.
Yeah,
Very
that's
educational.
true. The puzzles are more like the tutorial.
I think Emmerich means become better after running his puzzle.
Yeah.
A lot of nods to what happened last
What
game.
was that, Doc? What are you doing?
Mage is in the -2 water now.
Oh, he really wants that trebuchet.
Perish.
This is a mistake.
We are really just going back to game 1. Well, if history repeats itself, Daak is going to find a way to win this one. Based on the
I
aggression of this
don't
move.
think that was good. Because Sedge, he's walked right into Koji with his groove when he does that.
So he has 2 knights in range. Should be noted,
Yeah,
okay?
and-
So Koji's bombs will do 55% damage as if Koji were max health.
Yes.
2 mages, so that can clear the path for the 2 cavalry that are in range of Alder right now. It won't kill the knight, however, so I don't think.
I think Koji probably moves up to the bridge and uses his groove. I'm not sure. Oh, he doesn't have the range for that. Never mind.
Activate sparrow bombs! Huh? Yeah!
So we can kill that cavalry with the other cavalry pretty safely right here. And Doc has definitely come out on the losing end on that one. That was a lot of gold loss for Doc. A lot of gold loss. Warlocks are 500, right? I'm not crazy when I say that. Or are they
No,
400?
they're 400.
400, okay, so that
Archers
was...
are 500.
Right, that was 1,400 gold loss for Doc right there, and 1,150 for, or no, 1,200 for DXM. I did not like that play by Doc. Especially because Doc has nothing that can threaten his cavalry in the middle now.
Sure, we all know how dogs do against cavalry.
Right. And Doc's either going to have to move his commander up to deal with his cavalry, or he's going to have to always...
Rise.
I don't like that.
So
He
what does
doesn't
the
kill the
skeleton
cavalry.
do
He's just
now?
going to
Right.
go back and heal.
I mean, he might go skeleton and then dog. Might kill.
Yeah. So what he could have done there is move the skeleton up and over in the river and attacked the knight, and then come in with the dog. But that still would not have killed. So it still would have. Still, he was in no position to kill the cavalry there. He really had to get his groove off, but I don't know if that was the right place to do it. It does push the cavalry back, though, and getting a little bit of that tempo by forcing the cavalry to go back and heal is pretty good. He's just throwing everything into this southern area, trying to hold.
Spearman off the top. H on the bottom. He's gonna have to do everything he can to just hold onto the top racks with that push coming in as well.
I don't think he's especially in any danger of losing the top racks, but he's definitely going to get pushed here.
He has to be mindful of it at the very least. It should be noted, we haven't really had any changes in weather this game.
Yeah, no real weather issues so far.
I wonder if, makes you kind of wonder if they might have accidentally or purposely changed the weather to always sunny.
No, it's just RNG. I've had some games where it's never changed the weather at all, and sometimes where it's every other turn it's changing.
I'm sure that we'll get bad weather or favorable weather next turn too. We had favorable very early in the game, I think.
We did.
About it. Yeah. Goes back to heal the 2 health knight. Definitely the correct play. This is a very strong, small consolidation of troops that Daak has pushed here. It's going to be very hard to like do a successful counterattack to that.
Right.
So,
I don't like backing off there. I think he should have just pushed forward a little bit with the Koji. He wasn't in danger of taking too much damage. He'll just get some charge off.
right, now we're going to play the games that Koji was playing earlier with the Western Village.
Yeah, I don't think Daak can push forward too much though, because DXM has a lot of strong tech here. He's going to put out a couple pikes, I think. Yeah. He's saving for another big tech unit, either a golem or another trebuchet. He does seem to like his trebs, though. If I were him, I think I'd probably build a golem. I think that's what Daak might do. Golems are very good. They don't... They can be killed a lot easier than the other tech units are, but they're very gold efficient. So Daak's just going to build a treb up top to hold his position there, I think, and slowly push with those 2 pikes and that swordsman. I think DXM needs to bring that archer down to the middle. I think he will next turn. Oh, ball, there's a groove again. More news.
Behold,
It's worth noting though that he does lose a pikeman for getting that groove charge, because the archer is just going to come down and snipe that. At least I assume so.
Just now joining us, you're watching Daak versus dxmcake. Daak currently on turn 9 playing the blue army. dxmcake playing Heaven Song, playing orange as Koji. We're watching Groove of War, a week-long launch tournament for Wargroove by Chucklefish. Amazing features in the game currently that allow us to host this tournament and cast it in the first place for you guys. And we've got a bit of a back and forth, don't we, Kaal?
What are you doing, Daak? That was not good.
Indeed.
I think Daak just threw away 3 units to get a little bit of groove charge and stop DXM from getting his income that turn. But I think losing the pikeman, the sword, and giving Koji the groove charge is not worth what he just did.
The income that you... Okay. So that's a 200 gold shift but you're going to lose more than 200 gold worth of units.
Right. It's not good. Yeah, that's and there's a crit on the knight from the other knight. At least I think so.
I
Yeah.
think losing the archer is probably the biggest.
Yeah, that was
biggest loss.
a big error.
Knight on
Doc.
knight crit.
Yeah, that was a huge error from Daak there. And he really has no ability to move those troops at the north anywhere near the south.
Trebuchet spawn also was from the top. I don't know how I feel about that.
Yeah, I think he really needs to move it to the southern area on the southern spawn because it has a much easier time getting backwards. So, for those that don't know, treads have 2 movement on planes. So this tread can only move to that bridge.
Right, they have
2 movement on planes and 1 on road, which is why road placement and forests and flagstone is important to note when making custom maps.
I think watching tournaments like this is very useful to newer players coming into the game, just to sort of get that that unbiased third-person view of a game, of course, right?
Right.
But I think you just alluded to the other thing. If you're an aspiring map maker for this game, we'll talk a lot about small decisions that you can make to make your maps more competitive. So, like Kaal mentioned, placements of roads compared to racks. Where your city should be positioned, how to avoid first turn advantage mistakes.
Well, one of the most important things in competitive map making is symmetry. Everybody tries to make an asymmetrical map where they put like a tower or one single town in the middle, and it just does not work. It's always going to have first turn advantage because it's just inherent in a game like this. You always want a symmetrical map with things to fight over in the center, like this map has. It has those 2 villages in the center where we've seen so much conflict over. You want that sort of area on your map if you're making a competitive map.
Did you really have to sacrifice that skeleton?
I don't know what he was doing there. I think he wanted to get the mage crit in on the other cavalry, but Daak is definitely in some danger here. In fact, I would say that Daak is almost in a losing position.
I think a lot of that has to do with that trebuchet at the top instead of down below.
Yeah, that's wasted gold. Really is.
That's going to pay off in 3 or 4 turns.
Yeah,
and
it's
he
not
will
good.
lose his army in 2 or 3.
It's one of the reasons you have to be real careful about when you buy trebuchets.
I wouldn't be surprised if Daak surrendered in the next turn or 2.
Yeah, if DXM presses an advantage here, we'll probably see Daak surrender. But he is way on the back foot. I mean, he's going to lose this mage the next turn. He's going to lose his cavalry. He's trying to bait him in a little. So the reason he moved the cavalry back 1 square like that is because of the other cavalry that he spawned. Daak was first player, right?
Yes.
Okay. So rain here might actually help Daak survive a little bit, but it won't help him survive long. He's gonna lose that dog and skeleton for sure.
I mean, those two archers have plenty of targets to make up for the lack of range.
Right.
Cavalry pulls back to sort of clean up that southern village army. Probably the right choice. No, well, absolutely the right choice, because this mid-top formation, pikeman Koji can clean up anything forward.
Right.
Is it worth it for the cavalry to pursue that 1 health?
No,
Daak's
not
1 health.
really. Just because the other cavalry is just going to come in and kill whatever does that, and next turn the trebuchet will also be in range for a crit on whatever kills it. So he doesn't have a spearman or a swordsman in range that could crit it. So it's not really worth it for him to go for it. I think he really just needs to make some sort of pushing units here, giants or something to push in. And I like that decision. That was a good move, I think. It sort of forces Balder to attack the knight or move south into the foliage.
Battle stance activate! Yeah!
Behold the fell gauntlet!
Owie!
That knight to cut off Balder.
Yeah, that's a great play. Very heads up.
I don't... Looking at the knight's range, Valder has no real great escape option here.
No, he has absolutely no
Especially
escape
now with
options.
the archer as well. Being able to
Yeah.
pursue from the center tile. Valder is very close to lethal.
Balder is done so. He's done.
That was such a smart knight placement. That kind of just... That
Yeah,
seals
that
it.
put the nail in the coffin. And he's gonna make a giant just to say, "Get out of here, you."
That's his FU money coming to play.
Yeah, it's just sad for you money.
Doc immediately probably is clicking on Valder, trying to figure out how to get out.
Yeah,
Checkmate here.
He's looking for a way to get out, but
That's check. Well, that's checkmate. He
he
called
he
it.
accidentally inturned instead of resigned. so I think
Yeah, I'm
that's
just
some
assuming he
stuff.
called it. He didn't want to surrender. He wanted to give us to. What are the bets on what unit finishes Valder off here? Think he's gonna save it for Koji?
Probably. Ugh.
I'm a big fan of that. If you can last hit with your commander, do it.
Here
Yeah.
comes the finishing blow!
It's a big scoreboard for DXM. Showed it just how the big errors that Daak made on that last push in the middle, and just how well he played in the early game. I really liked DXM's play a lot more this game. He didn't make too many positioning mistakes. Daak was baited in to attacking that trebuchet. Whether or not that was on purpose, I don't know, but it was a big mistake on Daak part, and that really lost the game for him.
Alright, so with that, we'll quickly give our players a chance to rest, to get settled for their next game. Map choice does go to DXM, and we will be back after a quick break to get into Game 3 of the first game of our featured matches tonight. You're watching Groove of War. I'm Gavin, joined by Kaal, and we will be back soon.
See you in a minute.
Welcome back. This is Groove of War. I'm Gavin, joined by Kaal. You're watching Game 3 of our first set of the night between Daak and dxmcake. And we're having quite the back and forth series. Neither game was a complete wash. Neither game was completely one-sided. The series is tied 1-1. We haven't had too many of these yet this tournament.
Yeah, this is probably the best series we've cast yet, as far as quality of the games goes. The game turning mistakes was game 1, DXM misplacing his archers and his archer and his harpy, and game 2, Daak making a big mistake, sacrificing his unit efficiency for the trebuchet and losing a significant amount of his units.
And I think that's like kind of where you know you've got a good series, when you can summarize both sets off of 1 or 2 mistakes each.
Absolutely.
So, looking quickly at the match settings, they are going to play their next game on Lockaloon. This was Daak's choice.
I love this map. It's one of my. It's another amphibian map, where amphibians come into play very much.
This is the one we saw briefly in Game 3 of Tyrus and Gov. Gov lost that set to a very fast lethal on Commander.
Yeah, he lost to it. The other player got a trebuchet into the center of the map, and it was just over.
We should probably expect to see a much faster, or a much longer, more nuanced game this time around. Not to say that game wasn't fun, though, but I have a feeling that we're not going to see any overextensions.
Yeah, this map tends to, if one player doesn't get an advantage early, it tends to kind of stall out in the ground area. You get trebuchets. If both players set up trebuchets, it's very, very hard to push into it because there's such a limited amount of space on the map to move through. But there's a big wide open naval area which can help push into right into the base, which is where I think the real game changing happens. Is who controls the naval area better in this.
Which means that both players need to very much pay attention to... They need to pay attention to how they win the naval battle to start with.
Absolutely.
They not only need the naval... They to get your naval army to assist your ground army, kind of need to win your naval war as well, so...
Right. I think it's not a mistake to build turtles on this map, or harpoons, because harpoons control a significant amount of the space. And even warships are good here because they can threaten a good bit of the back lane. So DXM going first this time.
You're just now joining us. DXM versus Daak. DXM up top playing Koji in the orange. Valder being played by Daak in the blue down south.
I don't think there's any significant player 1 advantage on this map, but it's worth noting that there's always a little bit of an edge that player 1 has on most of the maps. We did see Daak lose his player 1 last time, though, I believe. So just the few opening moves here, we're going to see both players rushing for the dock straight away, and that's the port. Rushing for the port straight away, and that's the correct way to go about it. Capturing the villages along the way, and then both players moving towards the center. Now we did see Daak go the mage first turn. Mages are very strong on this map, again, because of the way the forests are placed, just like in the narrow. But they are not... I think as useful as they are in the narrow, because typically that center area is threatened by ranged units. But I'm a little surprised that we did not see an archer coming out from DXM.
Should be interesting to see how Daak responds.
Our dominion grows.
Pretty sure this map is default grasslands, right? They had to pick it to be a snow biome.
Yeah, I believe so. Okay, so he's just going straight away for that trebuchet this time. Again, it's very strong on this map because there's really not a lot of ways to push. There's the lane between the two mountains on the left side and the two villages. There's that little bit of space there. And then there's that middle lane, but it's really easy to defend. It's really easy to put bodies in front of, and it's hard to push into a trebuchet.
A lot of space that you need to control in order to negate that trebuchet early on. I think one other thing about early game high tech is just noting how high the full economy on this map is. Earlier you build
Yeah,
it,
this
the
is a
more
very,
dividends
very
it'll pay
high
off.
economy map. It's a 1100 base income per turn map. Once you've captured all the water villages, which is a lot of money for Wargroove. Daak is trying to position his mage pretty cheekily here. I think if I'm DXM in this mission, in this position, I'm just gonna stick my trebuchet right in the middle of the map, as Daak has kind of left it wide open. Yeah, I'm just gonna put my trebuchet right in the middle.
Space
Yeah.
below the soldier.
Yeah.
And to be fair, that's exactly how we saw Tyrus take game 3
Yeah,
the
that's
last
how
time we saw
Tyrus
this
won
map.
on versus GovJosh. You just got that trebuchet there, and it was like,
Doc.
what the hell do I do?
Doc, you casted that match.
Yeah, he did.
Casted that match,
We
bud.
talked about it, man. He's going to build his own treb, but I don't think he's going to be able to get into any superior position.
Well, DXM can still place the trebuchet in the wrong spot here.
Right. If you see DXM back his trebuchet up, I'll be very disappointed. Because we got to have it forward here. There we go. That's a good spot. I mean, it's not perfect, but it is a good spot.
I think he's kind of like keeping in mind he's if he does move it there, he covers the mage.
Yeah, he
on both
covers
sides.
both of his villages. He covers the mage sniping him. It's a good spot.
Should be. It's worth noting, by the way, there is no fog of war in this tournament. I know a lot of newer players have been asking that as they have come in and out of chat, but everything that you see is what the players see. We have no extra information. I don't think fog of war actually really works from a stream perspective right now, because I think fog of war just reveals the map.
Yeah, and a big problem with Fog of War is that it really requires its own map set. And we don't have the maps currently to play a decent Fog of War game. It's not that Fog of War can't be fun, it's just that it requires a little bit of work to work.
You have your own copy of Wargroove and would like to watch the game at your pace, see the info that you want to see. The link is being posted in chat. Feel free to take a look. Steam, Switch, to the one Xbox player in chat. There you go.
If you have an Xbox One, I'm sorry. And also, you can watch.
If you are watching this, or if you own Wargroove on Xbox, let us know in chat. I just want to applaud you
We
for
want to
holding
know
down
who
the
you
fort.
are.
Holding down the fort on Xbox Live, the bastion of my childhood. Love me some Halo. while I'm on the Xbox tangent, I would very much love for my Xbox to become obsolete. I want Halo 5 Master Chief Collection to come out on PC. I know that Microsoft is watching this game right now. Why wouldn't they be?
Okay, so Daak is going to try and move his trebuchet in position to attack the barracks.
So that's
And
a
I'm-
very good... Well, it's in range
It's a
of the
good
village
use
now.
of it, but it's not going to work. I think that there's going to be another knight going to be coming out on the left side over here.
Well,
it's going to push this mage and away, and
But it is in range of the village, though. That's the more important play here, right?
it is. But
Because Dog's trebuchet, he has to match it 1-1. Both trebuchets are in range of a village.
right, he could move back. The thing is bloody hell, DXM. I don't know why I couldn't think of his name. He can move his trebuchet now to be in range of both villages on the bottom. And Daak has kind of given that position up by moving his trebuchet where he did. I think it is a big mistake. Worth noting, we did see both players make their amphibians last round, and that should continue on for a good bit of the match. Having a good amphibian core is very important on this map. Now, what's really important is how you move your first amphibian, and we'll see how DXM moves this.
Right, it's the difference between village, tower, and then village, tower, village, right?
No, this is very important. You want to go for the village that's closest to the center, and then you want to move towards the river, because you want to get control of the river area in order to move your units into the center. So you really need to go for that first water village and then move forward to the center, and I would not be surprised if we see Daak ignore the village and just go straight for that river area.
But that's also what that skeleton is there for, too, right?
No, well, Skeleton's just going to die to the amphibian. He can't control the river by himself. So I would not be surprised to see Daak move forward towards the river and ignore his own village. And if that happens, I think we're going to see DXM move out with a battleship, because it's a really strong counter to that sort of move. I don't like the looks of what DXM is doing in the center, though. He took that center village, but he hasn't really put his trebuchet into the good position that I was pointing out. And I think he needs to be really careful of Daak moving his trebuchet into position of his barracks. Right now, Daak's just kind of praying for favorable winds so they can get hits on our barracks, but see if it comes or not, but I don't think it will.
We're gonna have the direct opposite. We're gonna get bad weather next turn.
I don't like how DXM moved his pieces that round. I don't think it was pressing his advantage enough. It may be that he didn't recognize that he had an advantage, and that's alright, but positioning your units defensively like this is really just positioning them to allow your opponent to find areas to attack in your position. It's not good.
Which, by the
You
way,
wanna always-
that,
Go ahead.
that does reference how Doc lost game too. He lost most of his game went out of control when he consolidated all of his units mid.
Yeah, that's right. He put too much gold into the defensive side. You want to position your units into attacking positions to be able to take the fight to your enemy and gain an advantage. Just like in chess or Go or Shogi, whatever you want to play, you always want to be in a position to threaten the opponent.
Usually you want that position to also be towards the center of the map.
Absolutely.
We did mention how your first village mattered a lot towards how you could control the river. Daak realizing that as he takes the forward village as well.
Yeah, and that is going to concede control of the river for now to DXM. He's going to be able to move both of his marines, or I'm sorry, his amphibians. I wish they were called marines. They're amphibians towards the river, and he'll have a strong position. I'm wondering if we'll see a wagon out of Daak. Curious if he'll go for that. He has showed that he has a preference for wagon play, and it is an option on this map. Still always sunny. We're haven't seen that weather come into play yet, but Daak will be vulnerable, as will DXM if it does. So watch out for how they position their units around if the weather comes or not. But as of now, I think we're just going to see DXM. He's going to go for his backwards villages. I personally would like it if he would push with both of the amphibians towards that river. I think it's the better play. Or just go for a warship. Say screw it. Or a harpoon. Both is good options here. But I think he's got a... I think he knows that he can't break the center. Ooh, wow. He's going in with a knight. And I think he's recognized that he can take his trebuchet to that better position.
There it goes. Yep.
I think that's... Well, I mean, he could have gotten it closer.
Right. And that does repeat the same quote-unquote mistake he made with the initial placement. Like, both times, we wanted him to move it down one lower, but...
Right. That's not to say that that placement is bad. It is good. And he's kind of trapping Valder a little bit. Valder will have to move out if he doesn't want to get in trouble.
Yeah, he does. I suppose, like, the best thing about that trebuchet placement is that it forces Valder out, which protects the knight a bit better.
And we do see the warship from DXM. I like it. And he went for the tower. I don't like it. I don't think the tower is especially useful on this map at all.
So the most important thing to keep track of now that the tower is capped is how many turns go by without that tower producing a unit.
Yeah, I think it'll be a long while because harpoons annihilate air units. I mean, they have huge range. And because there's so many deep water here, there's so much deep water, they have a lot of mobility. For those that haven't played with sea units much, a lot of the sea units have really high mobility, but the sea tiles, the actual sea tiles, have cost 2 terrain, and deep water costs 1, and I think coral costs 3. The reefs. No, they cost 4. Reefs cost 4. Now harpoons will crit when they sit in reefs, which often makes reefs just a point where you just put a harpoon there and then no air unit's going to ever come in. Warships will crit on beaches, and amphibians will crit in any sort of water. Turtles crit in deep water, I think. Fairly sure that turtles crit in deep water. And turtles have a lot of movement. I think they have like 18 movement.
What does Daak need this turn? He has a lot of gold. He has 1,500 gold.
I think Daak is in trouble. He really needs to contest the Navy, because right now that warship is a huge threat. But at the same time, he's getting pushed in the middle. And not by much, it's just by superior positioning. He had the opportunity to contest the position, and he didn't. I think it's a mistake for him to leave his trebuchet where it was.
What a strong early trebuchet that's paid off.
Yeah, that is really paid off for DXM.
Baldur does have groove.
Does he really has not
Questionable.
much- He has no
ability to use it.
opportunity to use it, really. Yeah.
And we've always been talking about the value of how, we emphasized it when we were talking about Koji, but now it's going to flip to the other side where every turn that Baldur holds his groove is wasted value.
Right.
Especially since he can pop his groove every few turns in such a quick succession.
Yeah, I don't think we'll see him hold the groove. It's just that he has really no opportunity to make it useful. I mean, he can make more units in the center, but they're not going to do much. And by the time that he does get a critical mass of units from, excuse me, from his groove, he won't have enough money to defend this naval attack. So he's gonna make a horse, or sorry, cavalry. Bloody hell! I think that's a good idea. I'm not
He has
sure.
900 gold left to spend. What should that turn into in the dock?
It's probably a warship. I think he's gonna go for one as well.
Turtle.
Oh, a turtle. Yeah, that is also a good buy.
Away 12 movement on deep sea.
Yeah, it is a lot of movement. I mean, if you highlight that, you'll see that he can move a lot of distance on the map.
But not to the opposite warship.
Yeah, not quite to the other port, but pretty close. You gotta be real careful about where he places it.
By my hand, rise.
He doesn't hold onto the groove like you mentioned. But
Yeah, he's just gonna do a little bit of damage on the night end, and that's okay.
it's better
I
than
mean, that's
nothing.
not bad. It's free money, and for 120 gold or whatever it is, 150 gold.
What could Daak have done differently 4 turns ago to stop this from happening? Build a trebuchet earlier, or move the existing trebuchet to a better
need an
location?
earlier trebuchet. That the mage is the unit that he built on the first turn, and as you can see, it hasn't done anything.
Pikeman moving through the woods. Just to emphasize what this range is from this trebuchet. Highlight it here. DXM has some pickings here.
I think we're gonna see DXM build his own turtle, or he could go for another warship. It's not a bad buy either.
Cover each other from the turtle.
Absolutely. I don't believe that a turtle crit kills a warship in one hit. I could be wrong about that. I think. Oh, it does. It does kill a warship in one crit. So he's got to be careful with those.
128.
That is good positioning. I like that. And a harpoon. I like that too.
He kept in mind, by the way, he didn't need to protect the units from each other. He just stayed out of range. We are excited to get to game 2 of our series tonight. It'll be between Rahlekk and I believe, well, double check just in case, but I believe it's Susi.
That sounds correct.
Yep. Woof in Swedish. That is coming up game 2. Looking forward to game 3, round 3, 2 a.m. in the morning.
Yeah.
I'm all for competitive matches. I will take the lack of sleep to give you guys some high quality Wargroove.
I like that he did that. I think that hitting that village is more important than just killing the spearmen, to deny the income.
And what are the spearmen going to do next turn anyways, right?
Right.
The solo spearmen can't really do anything, and the more units there for Koji to move up on is more groove for him, so... If you miss any of the action today and like to go back, or miss any of the action from day 1 or 2 of the Swiss bracket, you can click up on the video tab up above. All of those matches are archived on this stream. We haven't really decided if we're going to post to YouTube at the moment. Don't really have the infrastructure for that. But it could happen. We'll see if there's enough interest for it. We've been asked a lot.
I don't like that. What is he doing? DXM, what's that?
So that puts the knight in a precarious position.
Yeah, that really just kills the knight. And he doesn't really have anything that's going to kill this cavalry.
So
I mean,
it's
he's
gonna
got
be
spears moving out.
it's gonna be spearman on knight most likely, right?
Yeah, and that's definitely a dead knight. I think DXM just compromised his whole center position by doing that. He really needed to back off a little. But he was really worried about pushing in, but he's the one with the slow groove. He wins the late game, really. I think he is counting on Baldur being so far away that he can't help, but that trap is just going to do so much work. And Koji
Nice
just
range
can't
solo
get
kill.
in. Yeah, I don't like this.
Where should the cavalry have moved?
It should have gone back and healed. I mean, really. You should be okay with getting the stalemate on the ground because he has the advantage in the water. And I think that we might just see Daak slap down the giant here to press his advantage forward on the ground. I think that's what DXM might have been saving for, but not good. I don't like that Daak went for a harpy. He's not going to be able to kill this harpoon. DXM is just going to position to block off the deep water, and he won't have the push. DXM is going to be able to push in, on the other hand.
Do you think the harpy is... I mean... I would want to assume that the harpy was built there not to attack the sea, considering the harpoon is out there. It's
I
gonna
don't know.
take
I think he wants to
forever get land.
flank up the river, go through that lake in the center and go up the river, but it's
So slow.
yeah, that's a long time away. And I don't like it at all.
Weather really not playing a factor in this game, by the way.
Yeah, we
Which
have
could
a lot
have
of
really
sunny
changed
weather.
a lot. Weather is set for random, by the way. This is coincidental.
I think it's weighted so that sunny is the more often weather, and there's only a small chance of rain or favorable winds.
It must be weighted like in some like weird way though, because I think when there normally is weather, it's for at least 2 days in a row usually.
Yeah, I think you're right.
It must be rated on some scale like that. Like if there's one turn of weather, there's a higher chance for the same weather.
Right.
But
it's something like that.
You don't typically see favorable into bad weather either. Don't even know if it's possible. If I'm DXM, what am I doing to make up for that blunder?
I think he's got to pull back a little bit and cover his trebuchet. He's going to slap Koji or something right in front of that trebuchet and make sure that nobody can push into it.
With the units he's using now, he doesn't look like he's going to do that. Pikeman, okay, the Pikeman does block on the corner. Koji blocks in the front. Okay, so he does go for the block like you mentioned. That protects the trebuchet from the knight especially.
No, I don't think it does. I think he made a mistake in positioning there. He needed to move that pikeman back one. Oh, he does have the sword to move in to body block. Never mind. So
but the pikeman is
actually
still
okay.
The pikeman is still erased.
I mean, the pikeman is still gonna it's gonna get erased by the trebuchet. I think it was a mistake to put it there for sure. Yeah, that's what I was wondering if he was gonna buy was the ballista to just hit some of these smaller units out and force.
So that was all the...
Whoa! What is that?
Those were all the actions on the left. Now let's see what happens on the right. Turtle.
He put that harpoon way far forward.
Which now the harpy is playable if the harpoon boat goes down.
The amphibian was supposed to go there. Oh, but his other amphibian can still body block, so it's okay. But he had the opportunity to block all of the deep water, and now he doesn't. That was a big mistake. Big positioning error. I can't say it enough. Because the turtle can now come into both the the warship and the harpoon. Yeah, that warship's dead, I think. That or the harpoon. One of the two is dead.
There's an optimal choice here, but...
Yeah, he went for the warship.
We've never seen the turtle attack animation. It is also one of the best ones, in my opinion.
Turtles are great.
Lash attack.
That was awful. I think that may have ended the game for DXM, but we'll see in these upcoming.
It all started with that knight. The knight was what lost on land, and
yeah,
that
I think
harpoon is what may have lost on sea.
The knight is what. The knight was a small area error, really, because I don't think the Daak can really push in still, but losing that warship, that was his big threat in the sea. That was what he wanted to push down with. And he needed to body block off both of those deep sea tiles so that the turtle couldn't come in and do that. And he failed. And that's a big trade for Daak.
Players working off their full income for the majority of the match.
Yeah, Daak is just going to throw down another turtle to get control of the sea, and I think...
Just going to keep on throwing turtles until he doesn't have to
Yeah,
anymore.
I don't think that there's really much that DXM can do about it at this point. He's going to kill that turtle up there at DXM's port.
But all of those units are like pulling back to not deal with the next turtle. These turtles are basically going to fire out of this port like torpedoes until they are unnecessary. And I also think that that's one of the coolest things about the naval battle in Wargroove is that these turtles only cost 400. It really changes
Yeah,
a lot of dynamics
really
about the
cheap.
game.
Man, I'm really sad that he made that positioning error because he really had the upper hand in the Navy, and it was a little bit difficult for Doc to come back. But man, and Doc is trying to build up a little force of knights to try and crush into this trebuchet position that DXM has up here. I don't think DXM is going to be able to hold both of these fronts. One of them is going to crumble. He really needs to stick his harpoon onto that reef next to his base.
Wonder if DXM actually knows how bad of a position he's in right now.
I mean, it should be pretty obvious on the ground that he's on the back foot.
Fair. Fair. Those two cavalry are oppressive. The trebuchet
In
is
fact,
oppressive.
I'm pretty sure that he loses his trebuchet this turn.
I think you're right.
Yeah, his trebuchet is going to die next turn if it does move. Yeah, there you go. I was gonna say, if it attacks, he loses it, and there he goes. Pretty sure that's dead next turn. I mean, even if he does that, he has to move Koji up to body block for his trebuchet, but he does, Koji's dead. So yeah.
Oh no. And we just explained how the sea battle's lost as well. Oh no.
Yeah, not good.
Next turn is unfavorable weather. Just for all of you non-believers who thought we were playing on Always Sunny.
Yeah, there you go.
That's competitive integrity at its finest. The cavalry's positioned to counterattack whatever happens next turn on that spawn, but might be too little too late. Comes back to the harpoon ship to deal with the turtle.
That's the formation I was talking about to block up the sea. And he builds a harpy. I don't like that. I guess he knows he's in big trouble on the land. He wants to try and bring that over, but Doc's had a mage for so many turns that has done nothing so far. But man, and we'll see how Doc deals with this spearman, but I think it should be pretty quick here. So he's going to build a warship of his own to get control of the lab here. Yeah, there goes the archers, and we're going to see that he tried to go down right after.
This trebuchet, which has been the bane of Doc's existence, finally goes down.
Yeah, and I think that's good game on the land. There's
Koji-
no way for DXM to come back
That's
here.
with these
Koji's-
two woods east of the village
Yeah.
also makes it practically impossible for Koji to
Yeah,
do a
Koji's
full
in a
retreat.
terrible position, and DXM has nothing to threaten these knights and the trebuchet.
The knight can't even get a crit.
Right, and Valder is just going to move up and make Koji's day bad.
Oh no. DXM, I hope you watched this. I hope you saw. You see what happened here, man.
Well, it's been a long match.
Well
and,
fought. Well fucking fought.
Yeah, they both had a lot more stress than I did, so both games, they both just missed a couple of things that cost them the game.
Definitely the most competitive series we've had this tournament.
Yeah, I think this is definitely the best series we've had so far. I hope that is Rahlekk still in the chat? No pressure.
Referring to set 2 that will happen tonight. Our next featured match is between Rahlekk and Susi. Rahlekk will be coming into that series 0-1. Had a bye day 2. Susi will be coming in 1-1.
He's going to try and get that Treb out, but the bad weather makes it so that a trebuchet cannot defend him at all.
Well, it will be cleared by the time the trebuchet can move in the first place.
Oh yeah, that's correct. Next turn, sunny again.
I mean, not that he doesn't have other problems to worry about.
Right.
I think DXM is just going through the motions at this point. He'll probably surrender to the turn after this, depending on what Daak does.
Yeah, I think Daak's going to move up and kill that cavalry, and after that it'll be pretty much a
We didn't see
wash.
Koji Groove this game, did we?
No, we didn't. I mean, that ground game, the positions that are often developing there with the trebuchets, it's not really an opportunity for any commander to charge their groove, which is why on this map, the fast commanders and the very fast commander, both Valder, Mercia, Emmerich, Nuru, and Tenri are all very strong on this map, and the medium and below are really not. I personally think that Tenri is probably the best CO for this map because she's the only CO in the game that can really counter trebuchets. She can just, yoink them to your side, my trebuchet now, and it's dead. So in the future, if you play on this map a lot, pick Tenri.
Specifically to deal with that trebuchet game, which was
specifically
mostly the deciding factor here.
Yeah, I think that if Tenri's on the field, she pretty much negates the trebuchet game. You can't really play trebuchets around her. You have to make a mob of units so that there's nothing for her to really use her groove on, which is a lot easier said than done.
Should the results stand, which I don't see why they wouldn't. DXM will exit this series 2-1. Still very competitive for a chance to get out of his pool. We'll explain some of the tournament formatting after the match. But Daak would be leaving day 3, 3-0, which is very impressive. After this match, we'll be taking a bit of an extended break as we get our players ready for game 2. Again, Rahlekk versus
Behold,
Susi.
the fell
We
godless.
saw Rahlekk yesterday, actually. Or, not yesterday, but 2 days ago in Swiss Day 2.
And we're just going to see how Daak finishes penetrating the formation of
See,
DXM had left here. And he's
DXM's
got a little bit of a
micro.
tilted defense.
We'll see DXM speedrunning menuing skills here.
Yeah, there you go.
Does the same
And
thing
he-
that Daak did last time, which was simply ending the turn, letting the commander fall. A little bit of production value there.
There you go. Well played to both players. Just a few mistakes cost them the games that they lost both times. The first game, it was the Archer lost by DXM and the Harpy that he threw away. Second game, it was Daak just overplaying his hand. And this third game, DXM again just losing a couple key units. And
Knight on the left and warship on the right.
right, the knight and the warship lost in the game.
2 units, guys.
Activate!
Well played.
All right, so Knight will finish off Koji, which will call it
I'm sorry.
Game 3, 2-1 for Daak in this best of 3. You're watching Groove of War. Any closing thoughts on this first featured match of the day, of the night? Lots of action to come.
We'll see you in a minute.
Yep, we'll see you on the other side of this break. See you guys for Rahlekk versus Susi, Game 1, Match 2 of the night, coming up next. Welcome back to Groove of War number 1, a launch week, 1 week tournament for Chucklefish's new game Wargroove. I'm Gavin, and I'm joined by Daak and Kaal. Daak having just won his set 2-1 against dxmcake. And speaking of which, those games were not cake. They were actually pretty darn competitive. Daak, how are you feeling after taking that win, sir?
I'm feeling a little spent. Those are some tough games. dxmcake is definitely one of the best players I've played against this tournament. Yeah, I guess he's the best player I've played against this tournament so far.
You didn't give us too much to roast you on. But you kept up the trend. You made a misclick. You didn't buy a unit early on in game 1, and you immediately came to text chat.
Oh man, it feels so bad when you just make something dumb like that.
When you know 70 people are watching.
And then game 2, you forgot the village again on the right side of the map.
Did I forget it for one turn?
Yeah, you
Or
forgot for a turn.
oh my god.
Which is the bigger cardinal sin, so. But
Yeah, that's...
regardless, that was a great match. Cake, if you're watching, dude, you put up a hell of a fight. That was a great job. Yeah, that game could have gone either way, and that's how me and Kaal were calling it.
Yeah, that was really fun because this is the first time I got to choose maps. So I got to choose the first and third map. And in my last 2 sets, I lost the coin flip. So I didn't get it. This is the first time I got to choose a map. So that was really fun.
So the way we called your victories was, we called your game 1 mainly due to archer positioning and the trebuchet positioning by Cake. And we called game 3 as the knight positioning and the warship positioning on the left and right flanks. What do you think went wrong game 2? You took the series.
Game
I'm allowed
2.
to ask that question.
Game 2, I think I did I had a really good play when I wiped his pikemen with the mage and all my other units, then got a really nice kill on the trebuchet, and then I just overcommitted after that and lost everything.
So, implications on that are you exit today 3-0, which will be you're very well positioned to get first in your pool. First and second out of your pool proceeds onto tournament, onto the single elimination bracket. So for those of you who are not familiar with this type of tournament, it is a Swiss tournament leading into bracket. So over the course of 4 days, players will play 4 games, and they are put into 12-person pools. If you are first or second in your pool, then you proceed onto a tournament, which will be played out over the late weekend and early next week. So, you are very well positioned, Daak. You're better positioned. Well, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, because the only way, I think only 3 people can get a score of 3-1 total.
Mm-hmm.
And then out of that, it goes by opponent win percentage. And since I managed to beat a dxmcake, who will probably have a fairly high win percentage as well, I'm pretty good, have pretty good chances of winning any kind of tiebreaker.
So, we saved this segment for when all 3 of us were on the desk, but you certainly are doing better than other people on this desk in the tournament. And Kaal is very familiar. He watched what happened yesterday.
Yeah, you lost to a sedge. You lost really badly to a sedge.
Oh no.
So I played my tournament match on stream last night. Made a big banner, don't help, no helping. And yeah, it wasn't pretty.
Not only did you lose to a sedge, you lost to a sedge on the Glen, and that was bad. It was bad. It's hard to watch.
Game 2
On the Glen.
Game 2 of our set was as epic as the Gov Tyrus series from day 2.
Yeah,
Oh my god.
Gavin did not
Oh
want to
man.
It was. I forgot to attack his stronghold on my CO one turn. I was surrounded.
Oh.
I surrounded myself with my wagon.
Yep.
Except 4 turns later, I realized I could run through my wagon. So that's how our series went.
Oh man.
So I exited my day 2 0-2. The talent from this broadcast game is lopsided for sure. But
Yeah.
anyways, we're gonna watch people better than me as Rahlekk and Susi play their game. Rahlekk looking like he's primed to play Greenfinger, and Susi looking like he's gonna play Emmerich.
Greenfinger has my second favorite ready animation. I love that. He's like, I'm green, look at me, I'm sparkling.
Ban Ban
I like
Beach.
this map. Ban Ban
Ban Ban
Beach.
Beach.
I don't
I
think
like
we have
it.
seen this in the tournament yet. Or
That's a
global
shame.
Game. It's a very fun map. Another
Yeah.
one of the amphibians common uses maps because there's all kinds of lanes for them to go to. There is only the 2 villages on each side on this map. The amphibians can contest the 2 in the middle. But there's a wide array of uses for them in this map.
Yep, I agree. So what I'm going to point out is that I think the biggest mistake that a lot of players will make on this map is when you're moving your first unit to the left to capture that village, it is absolutely imperative that you do not capture the port. If you capture the port, you are probably going to just lose these 2 villages in the middle, and that can be a game-losing disadvantage.
Yeah,
So
absolutely.
I think it's important to just send a unit later to the port because again, it's important to get those merfolk because you are correct in saying merfolk are important on this map, but man, you gotta get a unit to those villages right on.
Just to set the stage a bit, it is Rahlekk up top in the green. Rahlekk is the one who's entering this series 0-1. By the way, you might be asking, it's day 3 though. Rahlekk had a bye match his day 1. And
Yes.
Susi is coming into this set 1-1.
Alright, so Rahlekk just made the error that
Nicely.
that Daak was talking about by taking the port too early. And
Yep.
we're going to see him take a little bit of a beating from player 2 here, I think.
Well, it depends if Susi knows that, can realize it's a mistake. But then again, for Susi,
Right.
he moved both of his infantry to the left, which is a bit unusual, but it means he's definitely going to make the right play here. And he's probably going to get both those villages, and it's going to be... It's really rough to try to take those when you only have 1 factory over there. So... we see a wagon coming out, and I'm wondering if this is a map where the wagon merfolk combo is a good idea.
I don't think it's as useful as it is on Butterfly Island.
Yeah, that was a really fun tech to pull out because it happened
it
to
is
me
really
earlier.
good.
When it happened to me earlier, I was like, "Wait, you can do that? That's allowed?" And it's a pretty powerful play overall. Merfolk are good.
Yeah, they are.
And you can, and even if you don't drop them into the river, lake at the bottom, you drop them at the river, and then they're also great there.
Absolutely. So we're just seeing early moves here. We'll probably see Emmerich take the middle village. I think it would be a mistake not to. But I don't like his positioning there. When he positions like that, all he's doing is giving Greenfinger the free charge at the building. He has to position himself so that he's in front, so that he too can take the free charge.
I'm not sure if he can... He probably can take the free charge. I'm just wondering if he could get punished by the wagon and just trapped. Especially since he has spearmen, so he's not gonna be making it to the front lines anytime soon.
Well, Greenfinger's just going to come up here and get the charge, and the wagon is going to come into play on the east side, I think, here. Probably go straight for that. For that town, maybe try and block Emmerich off for it.
Yeah,
That'd be pretty cheeky.
I wonder... Yeah, Greenfinger's going to charge. Now I wonder, if you were playing Emmerich, do you go to the right and capture that village now?
Well, I think you might get blocked off from it. I don't think that you want to take the village back. That was a mistake that you made in Game 2 of your series, where you kept taking this village and you kept pushing more charge. Now it's
He
like,
was on you for that.
doing that. You gotta stop doing that.
By the
That's
way,
a big error that people make.
while we're on that topic of
Yes.
things to roast Daak on, we also got you on your trebuchet positioning in Game 3.
Yeah, that was not good.
I was actually very happy with my trebuchet positioning, so I'm not sure if I necessarily agree with that.
I think that
Because the day before we watched Iris,
DXM had a really good position that he could have taken, and he didn't, where he could have pressured both of your villages, but he did not. 'Cause there's an alcove there where you can shoot both villages, and instead he just made that crazy attack that cost him the game.
go back to this game.
But yeah, but back to this game.
I'll just say the one reason that really made me not want to, I deliberately want to stay 2 away from his trebuchet because he's player 1. If he gets favorable weather, then I get really squeezed,
Right, that's
and
true.
I didn't want that to happen. That was the biggest reason why I didn't move it forwards.
Right, and that's good.
Yeah. All right. So Rahlekk didn't go for the really aggressive play of blocking Emmerich off from that village. I think it would have been a really good idea because that would
I
have
do too.
compensated for losing that one on the left.
Yeah,
Um,
because he's got the charge advantage right now, but I think Emmerich beats Greenfinger just as a matchup because I think that Elder Shield kind of defeats the purpose of Greenfinger's ultimate for the most part. I really like that attack actually.
Yeah, whenever you can attack from better terrain, a CO, that's really good.
Yeah, it is really good.
Because just the way commanders work, when you have 2 of them hit each other, first attack doesn't actually matter that much. But when you have the terrain advantage, it can pretty much set a completely different story.
Absolutely. Well, so he does
Rahlekk-
actually end up getting that village.
Yep, and I think that's a good play. I still think that Susi did make the right call by going to attack Greenfinger, but
Absolutely.
boy, I guess we'll see an even amount of income. Both sides are just going to be kind of imbalanced.
Yeah, that's true. However, I do like Susi's position here in the middle a lot more than I like Rahlek's. She's got that constant stream of pikes coming. Rahlekk coming out with the real early harpy.
I like that a lot. Susi has nothing to deal with it. Straight up.
That is true.
Yeah, I
But
think,
I think that it's pretty easy for him to just kind of put a mage out and be okay.
it'll take a turn or 2. This will
Or
actually...
just he can just put a witch out right now. And is the witch spawn witch lock on this map?
I don't think it would be. Otherwise, I'll have to go back on me saying this map is good.
Yeah.
Looks like it's spawn lock on the bottom spawn only. Or on
That's
the
fine.
facing
I think
side.
that's okay, yeah. So you can do a neat trick here. You can put his soldier in between both of those water villages and reinforce from both. In case you didn't know, you can reinforce from 2 villages at once.
That would probably be a mistake here, I think.
I think it's alright, because he'll sacrifice the swordsman, because the swordsman will die for sure the next turn. He'll just be giving up a little bit of the income.
I think it's better to just heal the swordsman, because the harpy can't actually attack it right now comfortably. Or he gets 2 more turns of income, basically.
I think it really depends on if he makes the witch or not.
Yeah, I think I agree. A witch here is probably the right play. I like the position of all these mountains on this map, though, because it really gives harpies a lot of value.
Emmerich getting a little more charge. Emmerich is a fast charging CO, for those who don't know. I think Elder Shield is especially strong on maps that have two lanes that are close together like here, because Emmerich can just plop down Elder Shield right between the lanes and give all of his units the defensive bonus on attack. I don't like the swing of his pikes there. I think he should have kept the pikes in the middle.
I think I like it because now he can actually take that village. Because he's probably going to want to chase down the villager with Emmerich, and then he'll just let his pikemen take the village.
I think it would have been okay if he had moved one pikeman over and kept two in the middle, because he really wanted to keep the pressure there in the middle. Either to keep Greenfinger there, or to bait Greenfinger into another attack.
I mean, if Greenfinger tries to hit the village, the Greenfinger just dies to pikemen still.
Right, yeah.
So, it still covers the village.
I think that's a bit of an error. I think he should have kept it there body blocking. But maybe not.
I was surprised that Susi didn't go for the heal, but so that's leading to a pretty interesting line here.
I do like that wagon play by Rahlekk on the left side.
Yeah. I think Susi made the mistake of not healing his swordsman, and now he just got punished for it.
Right. Harpoon ship coming out. That's a very early harpoon.
I kind of like it because
I do too.
It's really hard for him to contest this guy after Witch comes out on a map where the towers are this close.
Right.
So this lets him actually get control back in the air.
He'll have to get into the deep water so he can get to the other side before Susi gets his own harpoon out.
So it's worth noting, if you can get your harpoon right by those water villages, you can lock down the tower.
Absolutely.
And that's actually pretty hard to dislodge.
Yeah, the harpoon has really good range. It just devastates air. It's amazing in air.
Yeah.
There's not really a place for it to get the reef, though, other than that place on the left side, but I don't think it's particularly useful there.
It doesn't really need the reef for what he wants it to do.
Right.
I mean, he's not going to remove that many naval units with it.
Right. And Emmerich, he's seeing got the charge. This is kind of why I wanted him to keep his pikemen on the left side. I think he could have gotten a really good push with the pikemen and the Emmerich ult.
I think he wants to push on the right instead, which I think is just a slightly easier push because it's one more turn for most units away from the factory.
Yeah.
And with pikemen, you need all the time you can get. I think he made a slight error by putting his pikemen behind his other one and not just keeping it up and to the right, but it shouldn't be a big deal. Just because he's very poised to attack. So if you're in this game, do you rather be in Susi's position to take the right side, or do you rather be in Rahllekk's position to take the right or the left side?
I think I would want to be in Rahllekk's position right here. Or, I'm sorry, Susi's position. I would want to be Emmerich. For sure. He's got a really good Elder Shield he's going to be able to put down. And I think the push through those three villages is a lot easier to hold than that left side will end up being. And that'll be a slogfest between amphibians and the harpoon. And I think he's held those villages long enough that he has a good advantage there, and he can say, I've got the income there, I got the advantage I wanted from it. Now I can push on these sides and just kind of hold those bridges. Because I don't think you can get any sort of devastating push from that bridge area, I think you have to end the game from the right side. Unless you get an overwhelming advantage in Navy, but I think that's really hard to get. I do think he needs to come out with either a turtle or a harpoon. Although I would say in this situation that he needs to build a harpoon, because turtles are not as good on this map as they are on Loch Lewin, where you built up. There's so much deep water.
Yeah, there's so much deep water. Turtles, I think, are really important for that map.
Absolutely.
But what I think, though, the interesting thing about Navy in this game is that it can actually be a win condition. The headquarters is extremely vulnerable to warships.
To warships, yeah. There's no beach that can hit it, but still, it's very vulnerable.
Either way, usually the naval game will lead to a victory elsewhere, regardless. So
yeah, if you can snowball the Navy, I think you can win this game. And I think that the buying of the mage there means that we're going to see a turtle on the Navy too, unless he builds another amphibian, which I think would probably be a mistake. He really needs to get either a turtle or a harpoon.
I think getting a turtle here would be a mistake because turtles are garbage against harpoons.
there's also not as much deep sea on this map,
They just need the move speed.
right?
I mean, all ships have the same movement costs.
Right, but there's no deep sea for the turtle to move through. I like that. That was a good take. I think that he made a mistake by hitting the amphibian in melee range, though, which is somewhat of a UI issue.
I think it might have been the best way for him to hit it because otherwise he's hitting it from the bridge, which amphibian's gonna do no damage, and I don't know if he could have reached that corner.
I think he could have, hadn't he?
He was right beside the mountain, right? The left side of the mountain, right?
Oh, was he? Okay, so yeah, that was the max movement he could have made.
Yeah. Hitting from the bridge would have sucked.
Yeah,
Amphibians are kind of bad out of land.
right.
Yeah. The only good thing about them being going on land is that you can carry them in wagons.
Yeah.
I think I'm starting to like Rahllekk's position a lot.
Yeah, I think that because Susi didn't... Go ahead. I think that the biggest issue is that Susi is not respecting the Navy enough. The fact that he didn't build his own harpoon ship is really the reason that he's going to be able to take advantage in this game. That Rahlekk is going to be able to take advantage in this game.
I think Rahlleck just made a big mistake by not buying a mage here. But one thing I want to point out is that witch is only going to do so much for zoning at that harpy, right? I don't think the push on the right is going to be as easy as is going to be necessarily that easy. That's at least what I was saying until Rahlleck built a wagon, which I think is a big mistake here.
Yeah, I don't think he needs more wagons. You only really need one on this map.
If even, I don't even know if this. I wouldn't.
That's a very small map.
Yeah.
And I think with the fact that you have to split your money between the Navy and the ground, that wagons are very much a luxury. One is already overspending almost.
He used his first wagon well enough that I think it was correct, but
Yeah, he got the good enough advantage with the first
second
wagon. But the second was not very good.
yeah.
I think he's just going to throw this harpy away here and just say screw it.
He might be able to actually cover his harpy just because he has the wagon, though.
Cherry stones defend us!
That's true. That
Oh,
is
here
not
it
good
comes.
placement of the Elder Shield. What is that?
That's okay.
No, Grainfinger just kills it.
I Can Greenfinger afford to kill it?
Yeah, because they can move the wagon up. Oh, never mind. He can't kill it. That's good positioning of the witch.
Oh,
Absolutely
something I
how
did
that
not
played
know.
out.
That witch actually gets a defense bonus. I
Yeah,
did not
it
know that.
does.
That is actually really good.
Yeah,
Um,
Emmerich is insane.
I
Three
keep learning
defense.
new and new things about Emmerich.
Yeah,
Definitely one
So-
of the sleeper commanders in this game.
yeah. Emmerich, Mercia, and Ragnar, I think, are the three that people are sleeping on the most.
Bad weather hits
I
the start.
think I agree for sure on Emmerich and Ragnar. I don't see it for Mercia personally. I feel like it's like Andy from Advanced Wars. You just play around it. Don't just clear out your opponent's units. Don't leave low health units, and you're fine.
Well, the thing is, you can go in and attack the front line in a standoff, and then just go in and kill everything. Is the big issue with Mercia, and it's really good for that kind of position.
Hmm.
And it's worth it because the heal cost is so high on units. It's worth it to go in with a couple of high-tech units and then just go in with heal with Mercia. And we're seeing on the left side here, to go back to this game, that Rahlekk is starting to steamroll this left side, and there's not much that Susi is able to do about it. He's got this trebuchet, which can actually kind of stall this push out, but there is rough weather right now.
Rough weather is not going to be relevant by the time the trebuchet is doing anything, because the trebuchet is not. So he is just throwing away his harpy here.
Yeah, that's
Or-
what I kind of expected, but
Yeah.
I don't think it's really that good. Oh, so he's got the green finger ult though. He gets the green finger ult off it, and I like that.
Which means he'll probably be able to actually hold on to this position for a long time.
Yeah,
Which is great for him
that's
because
great.
then he can just win the left because he has a huge advantage there.
Yeah, this is actually pretty good. So I spoke too soon about throwing away that harpy.
Should be noted that Rahlekk is 0-1 in his pool, but it is extremely deceptive. He played a fantastic set against Red Halo, and Red Halo is 2-0 in his pool. So Rahlekk is no one to sleep on. His record is definitely deceptive.
Yeah, he had some really good games against Red Halo too. One of them was extremely close to a win for him, but then he ended up misplaying it.
Yeah, he did. That was sad.
That was a very tragic game. Yep.
I think Susi really needs to get his own harpoon out of here. I think if he doesn't make his own harpoon, he's really just completely conceded control of the left. And and his own port, really.
This weather was actually really great for Susi because that harpoon ship is only moving 2 this turn,
Yeah.
even in deep water.
Yeah.
I have a spell for this.
So that was a slight misplay there. I think what Susi needed to do was move the. Oh, never mind. Mountains are 3 movement and.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right. Okay. Well, that's great for Greenfinger because it means he holds on that city no problem. It's gonna take forever for that stuff to get through. He's gold right now, honestly, as long as he can actually leverage his advantage on the left. Because starting next turn, Rahlek's gonna have the income advantage.
He's gonna have a lot of issues putting that trebuchet anywhere to play with that harpy being able to zoom in there too.
Yeah, but he probably brings his witch back.
I think
How much-
I think suiciding the harpy for just one attack on the trebuchet is probably enough for Rahlekk to swing through.
Definitely, but it's gonna be hard to approach because he also has a mage out, right?
Right, but the trebuchet has to be positioned close like that.
Yeah.
Well, you know what?
Oh, that is a surprising decision to put it
Yeah.
there. I guess it's not as bad as it looks, but wow, I don't like it.
It's a slight misplay from Susi, because next turn that amphibian will be able to be attacked by the harpoon ship.
Yeah, so if you're Rahlekk, what Rahlekk needs to do is pull this amphibian back. He's gonna move the harpy in to kill the amphibian, or at least damage it, and then build, I don't know, whatever he wants. But then that trebuchet absolutely has to move. Oh,
That's interesting.
that's interesting. That actually makes that play a lot less bad. Let's see.
It's actually a pretty solid position for Susi right now. I
Yeah.
don't think that there's too much the harpoon can do to threaten him. Yeah, this bad weather has really helped Susi
Yeah.
out here. Really a saving
Yeah.
grace.
Absolutely. Plus, even that harpy attack, like, that harpy attack was that much worse because of the bad weather and everything.
Right.
Hmm. So I guess if you're Rahlekk, I think you still have to move the harpy in to attack the amphibian. I think you're still kind of forced to do that.
Yeah,
Well, I guess
otherwise he's conceding a little bit too much on the left side if he does that.
Yes. So after you do that, do you build another harpy, or do you build a witch?
I don't know. I think I build another harpy
Yeah, I think the harpy has more like long-term value.
because he has the harpoon that's going to be able to move in.
By the way, favorable next turn.
Which is really good, so the harpoon is definitely going to be able to cover the ground that he wants to cover.
Yeah. Sorry, remind me, is Rahlekk first
Rahlekk.
player or second player?
Nature
Rahlek's
will claim
first player. Yeah, Rahlekk is first player. I
Oh
don't
wow,
like
then that's incredibly good for Rahlekk, because he'll just get the advantage when it comes to moving and everything.
Yeah.
Yeah,
don't-
weather
I
and
don't know
first
if I like
player
that.
advantage. Oh,
I don't know if I like that green finger ultimate.
yeah.
I mean,
think,
I like the way that was used on the right, but the one on that left lane, I think he might have been able to place that better.
Yeah, probably. So Rahlekk actually chose to move the harpoon ship closer instead of attacking the amphibian, which I think is
Whoa.
actually fine.
It can move and attack, can't it?
Yeah, but what I mean is that is an interesting position to put his harpy, and actually gives it the first attack. That's really clever. Potentially.
Huh?
Wait, never mind.
No, it doesn't, because the Kappa just kills it.
Yeah, you're right. What was he thinking?
I think Rahlekk is making some big errors here.
Well, now we know the move that Daak would have made there.
Yeah, I think he might have misclicked when he tried to move and didn't attack the merfolk. That was big error. I don't know why he did that. His merfolk actually
Yeah.
did good damage to harpoon ships. I think, at least. I could be remembering wrong, but I think they did 70.
Oh, they actually do quite good damage considering how big the crit is for Merfolk.
Yeah, they do 70 damage to harpoon ships.
I
That was
always-
a big error.
I always look at Merfolk's damage. I'm like, wow, they're so bad. And then I remember, oh wait, they get a 2x crit in
2x
water.
crit.
On water.
Yeah,
Like,
that's a clever way of balancing them, I think.
yeah, it kind of reminds me of the witch crit. It's balanced around the fact that you will get the crit.
Yeah.
Oh man. I don't know how many games I played before I knew what the witch crit condition was.
You don't really need to know. I mean, The chances of you positioning witches that they don't get a crit is incredibly low.
It was relevant on day
Usually
2.
and usually the worst play.
Oh, that's right, it did happen day 2.
Oh man, Relik's in a world of pain right now. I guess it's not the end of the world. Oh wait, he didn't even build a heartbeat. That's really bad.
Yeah. He built a knight, which I don't like.
No, there's already Spearman out in a really strong position.
Yeah, it's too choky for the knights to really do anything, and there's not really anything for them to chase in the back line. Except
And there's-
that trebuchet, but he's not going to be able to get into range of it.
Yeah, he's
I
got
mean,
his
there's-
eyes on. He's got his eyes potentially on like mage trebuchet and
Yeah,
then support from the middle,
Yeah.
but that's not gonna. That's gonna take
and
too long.
there's that amphibian just totally destroying that harpoon
Oh
ship.
man.
And he doesn't take any damage in return because harpoon ships have minimum damage or minimum range of 2.
Oh man.
That's a big error by Rahlekk.
I think that might be the game right there.
Yeah, I think so too.
You know, the more I look at how the knight's gonna run down the middle, the more I like it. But then I see the heartbeat, I'm like, yeah,
Yeah,
that
the harpy is there,
invalidates
so it
it.
can just stop it. And I mean, the mage can move into position in the trees right there, and the knight can't move any forward. He'll just get crit. So you could just sacrifice the mage for the knight and say, whatever, that's fine with me, because he already got the witch out, and he has no witches out. In fact, he can get witch lock right now.
Yeah. Harpies do a lot of damage to cavalry.
Yeah,
Just
they
so
do.
much more than you would expect. 75.
Yeah.
That's nuts. That's probably part of why I undervalue spearmen. I know one of my mistakes is sometimes I don't build spearmen even when I should. I probably have a slight bias against them. Those are all the times I'm dealing with discussions about spearman spam, but
Right.
I think it's because harpies are usually my preferred answer to knights.
I don't remember that much.
I have a spell for this.
Pardon?
I said I don't think that was particularly good. I don't think he should have brought that pikeman back. Should have tried to stay there and use the pikeman crit to get through some of the walls.
I think it's fine because that wall dies anyways next turn.
Does it have a timer?
Walls lose 2 health every turn.
Do they?
Oh, but they'll survive with
Interesting.
1 health. They'll survive with 1
I did
health.
not actually know that.
Yeah, it's just like the crystal, which you can actually heal.
Yeah, you can. I love the crystal.
Can you heal
In
vines?
fact, it's a little bit insane considering Emmerich's synergy with mages.
Can you heal vines?
Probably.
Yeah, I don't see why you
Probably
wouldn't be able
can,
to.
yeah.
I guess it'd be like somewhat higher value on vines too, since you can heal more than one of them.
Oh man,
You
new
can
2v2 combo.
You can reinforce with knights with the vines. I think.
Man, new 2v2 strat. Emmerich, Susi, or sorry, Emmerich and Greenfinger, and just heal the vines.
You just heal the vines.
Or heal the vines and the crystal with the same
Yeah.
heals. That is actually some great value.
You'll definitely defend that 5x5 grid like a
Yeah.
boss.
Well, you can have multiple 5x5 grids then.
Yeah, Susi just going for more air superiority. I like it. I like it a
Yeah.
lot.
He did leave 2 spots open for Relic to build from, but I think it's too late for him to try to take the air.
Yeah.
I think that
Re-
misplay
Relic's-
last turn.
God, that still does so much damage to air.
Oh man. Jesus.
This 3 HP unit still does over 50%.
That wasn't even a crit.
Yeah, it wasn't.
I think there was. I'm tending to say there was a bit of RNG involved there. Like, that was a high roll.
Right.
Because normally it does. Oh, no, never mind. I was looking at the wrong unit. No, that is about the normal amount of damage because they do 130 with full health.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Man, harpoon ships are amazing anti-air, which is really nice because in Advanced Wars, one of the many reasons why naval was bad was it was just so weak to air.
Yeah.
Man.
Yeah,
Oh,
I think the naval in general is way stronger in this game than it was in Advanced Wars.
It's balanced really well too, like the amount,
Yeah,
gold
it is.
cost and the movement.
It is.
That's partially because they didn't make battleships ridiculously strong
Yeah.
at the cost of
Thank God.
costing. Man, I mean, just cruisers alone were so dumb because they were basically mutual checks against bombers,
Right.
and bombers only cost bombers cost like what 4,000 more.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's like what and bombers are obviously better than cruisers because you can threaten bombers are just so much more useful overall.
Back to Wargroove.
Yeah. So Rahlekk is going to try and get the witch out to try and contest a little bit of the air.
I think Rahlekk should just throw his harpy away to hit the trebuchet.
I kind of agree with that, and I don't agree with that. He's just throwing a spearman away for nothing there.
That was bad.
That was bad.
But yeah, he can get the crit and the win bonus, so actually do a pretty significant damage to the trebuchet.
Right.
Oh man, that spearman did 3% to the trebuchet.
It's worth mentioning that even though like it's not by choice entirely, but neither player was full income for the majority of this game.
Well,
They
yeah,
still
that's
aren't
'cause
full income.
The amphibian takes forever to get to that other.
They were tied
that other
income,
water
which
village.
they were tied income, but that's gonna be a very small shift that Rahlekk takes here, coming up the next turn, taking that village. Given he remembers to cap it.
I don't think I understand the purpose of that wagon placement.
Yeah, I don't either. He just gave away his wagon.
Because he's not blocking the witch from hitting the harpy, and that doesn't matter because the harpy's already covered by the witch.
It's
Yeah.
very strange.
I think naval units really do suffer without a lot of deep sea.
They
And
do.
with bad weather especially. I think that bad weather was a huge part of why
Rahlekk left the middle. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
It's
Like-
very, very timed bad weather.
he definitely made some bad mistakes, but I think that if he could have afforded a mistake or two if it wasn't for that. Man, naval units are so I didn't know they were so dependent on weather.
Probably a good thing in your game that the weather didn't change but for one time in 12 turns.
Yeah, that's great.
Oh man, I was just thinking that was nuts as well. It's like, oh man, if any weather change happens, I am so screwed.
It paid off for you, for sure.
That was overall a really scary game. Just when there's the two trebuchets, because usually as soon as someone goes in range of trebuchet, the fighting starts and it's going to end really soon. But we just sat in that middle ground trading trebuchet blows back and forth. Because I kept thinking, oh, he's got to move his trebuchet now because I pinned it down. And he was like, no, I don't. All right. So Susi's going to take that village back. And now they are tied in income.
And Susi's got dominating control of the middle here. And he's being pressured on pretty much all fronts against Rahlekk. I don't like Rahlek's position at all. He's in a boatload of trouble.
Yeah,
His position
the
is
unit.
summarized as a harpy in the middle and units alive
Yeah.
because of vines.
Yep.
The knight has really done absolutely nothing for him.
I don't know why he moved it over there. That was a really
Yeah.
poor decision. Yeah, the unit count is very deceptive because the vines are units. Also, they also have a 0 move check,
Yeah.
so they are definitely just programmed as units.
And if you
Yeah.
didn't notice, the vines did reinforce from the town.
How much do they reinforce for?
So it didn't look like much gold. I mean, his gold total did not go down much, but I didn't see exactly
It
how
is
much it was.
it's 10.
10 gold per HP? That's ridiculous.
10 gold per HP, or 10? It's valued as a 10 gold unit.
I think it's 10 gold. Should be 10 gold for HP. 10 gold unit, that'd be crazy.
Oh man,
I have a spell for this.
that actually makes them a lot better than I thought. I still don't like Greenfinger very much, but
Yeah, I'm not really a fan
it is.
of it.
It is slowly. I am slowly starting to see things that make me dislike him less. I don't think anything has made me like him yet. I think I'm getting pretty close to calling this game. Susi's getting such a commanding lead. The only thing that you can say Rahlekk has going for him is he's going to have a slight income advantage until he loses a town, which will happen very soon.
Did he wait his harpy?
I think he just misclicked.
Misclicked, okay. That was a fairly big error, actually.
Yeah.
I mean, it's
I
not
don't think
gonna. I don't think it's gonna cost him all of his advantage, but that was not good for sure.
I mean, now he gets a free hit on the trebuchet. Or maybe he was too scared to move his harpy in, but he should move his harpy in because that's just a free harpy
Yeah,
kill.
just-
Your witch covers it.
Right.
I guess the counterplay to if he went in with the harpy and Rahlekk attacked with the witch, then Rahlekk could pump out another witch, actually giving him a lead in the air superiority fight. And by doing this, he prevents that scenario. But I mean, if you're forcing Rahlekk to buy a second witch at this point, you're probably going to win.
This is Rahlek's last turn to build anything to contest the sea, because otherwise the amphibians are going to move into range of his port, and he's going to be in just a really terrible situation.
So we're going to get to see double crystals, I think, because Emmerich has his groove again already.
It's grooved already.
It's a shame that the crystals don't stack.
Yeah.
Imagine the last second math we'd have to do a +6 defense.
Yeah, really. That'd be ridiculous.
Well, defense actually does cap out at 4, I think.
Yeah, it does. It does.
Like, that's a real shame.
Well, that was the other joke.
well-
Imagine the defense shields on the UI, just like 6 of them not even fitting. There's 2 of them hanging off to the side.
Yeah, it would actually break the game probably in terms of how overpowered it would be because defense is 10%, I believe, per shield.
Oh, let's give mages a double crit while we're at it.
But the real issue is that it gets exponentially better, right? The more you have. So
Right.
at like 5 shields, that is so much better than 4 shields.
Rahlekk spending gold to reinforce the harpy. He has to keep in mind that he has to have enough gold to use his port if he plans on not losing it.
Well, he's
I
already,
think he's
He's already made the mistake of spending so much gold. You can't make him a harpoon right now, which is kind of what he needed.
So that mistake wouldn't necessarily be the end of the world because that harpy actually does keep his port safe.
Yeah.
But the real problem is that that witch can still just kill the harp. I guess not because he has a witch there, but
Actually, if I am Susi next turn, I'm hexing on the right side.
Oh god, that would be such a good value play.
would it? Oh yeah, no, you probably win the game off that. Actually, yeah, you're right.
Well, does Divine lose health at the
Oh.
beginning or end of the turn?
I understand why Susie picked that exactly that spot to put the witch now. It traps the wagon in.
Yeah.
Look, there's some interesting
Yes.
mechanics with the way wagons block units. Let me tell
So
you.
cheeky.
Oh man. They're looking for details that we are just completely missing in this
They're not
game. Oh
playing the same
man.
game. It was a high value wagon too. Like it was poised for some disaster. It was ready to strike. There's a pretty strong wagon cult beginning to grow across Reddit and across Discord.
Oh man.
So I think this is where he should come in with the hex for sure.
I'm less certain of it after the way Rahlekk moved because I'm wondering if you're Susi, do you just hold the two villages and just sit on them and grow your
that is a good
advantage?
point. I mean, he just
He has some real overextend potential over here,
right.
especially against.
'Cause he doesn't really have a lot over there except for Emmerich.
Yeah, Rahlek's army is actually slightly bigger than Susi's army on that side.
It's only winning because of the cherry stone.
Yeah, and the witch.
Well, right, yeah.
Yeah, but and overall, just the whole momentum he's had going this direction. But that witch is relevant in one turn. It actually has movement, unlike pikemen.
I think the mage can move in and kill one of the spearmen with a crit, though. And then he can put down another Elder Shield.
Oh right, yes, he can absolutely get crits everywhere. Oh man, I keep forgetting that. Yeah, all these tiles with shield, those are crits now.
Yep.
Yeah, that's gonna. Oh, that's gonna. Susi should absolutely go for the hex. Hex, kill a pikeman, then sit Emmerich down. Actually, that's not very good because then you lose your mage. But
Rahlek's completely lost the left side now.
yeah,
He looked really strong at the beginning and the beginning of the mid game in this game, but he fell apart after a couple mistakes.
absolutely.
I think he's going to see him moving the trebuchet up in the middle. At least that's what I would personally do.
I don't know. It's really tempting to just hit that wagon.
I mean, you could just leave it there.
No, I think the right place to put it right behind that mountain. That's just a good spot to put it.
Yeah, absolutely.
It threatens everything. It'll win him that another village, and I think Rahlekk is out of options here. I think Susi's just going to be very conservative here and just take the village with a pikeman.
Sounds like a very Emmerich play.
Yeah, he's just going to let this crystal time up before putting his next one down, which is probably not a bad idea.
He could also just heal it this turn.
I think that would be a mistake. Although,
The vines do go down at the beginning of Greenfinger's turn, I believe.
yeah, but Greenfinger could already move through his own vines.
That is true.
But yeah, he can just poke that crystal down actually, if he really wanted to.
Some slight positioning errors here.
Yeah, I don't.
Heal this catapult.
Oh man. I think Rahlekk can actually really hurt Susi here. What he needs to do is pikeman kills Crystal. He puts one pikeman behind to the right of his village there, and then he just destroys that mage.
Yeah.
That is actually a pretty big deal. Then then Greenfinger come in, start mopping up these pikemen. But he still has to respect that catapult.
Yeah, that's the big thing, is the tread right there. Our harpoon ship now for Susi to solidify
Susi.
his control of the sea.
I think that harpoon ship is kind of unnecessary at this point, but why not?
Yeah, I guess, why not? I mean, he's already got a huge advantage. He can just push it more. He doesn't necessarily have to go for the win.
Yep. I think it would be interesting if commanders had an option to not move and just build charge. The biggest reason I like an idea like that is because it, first of all, makes Sedge a little less bad. And especially then, it means that you can leverage Sedge's groove in a different way. You can force your opponent to actually have to attack you before you just get free groove, right?
I think that's a little bit of a troublesome zone to look at. Because Sedge isn't terrible. He's not the worst CO.
No, but I think it would make because it is kind of boring to just win by, oh, I have slightly more income and now I win because I can defend it. And actually force them to say, okay, I would like to end the game now, otherwise I risk something bad in the future. But I don't think it's a huge deal. Rahlekk is playing to the advantage of the weather pretty well here. Looks like Rahlekk is actually gonna go through with my idea. He's gonna get that mage. I don't know how much damage that's gonna do since the mage... Actually, that crystal kill is unnecessary. Looking back, because the mage already had 4 defense.
Right.
It's the moral victory, though.
I think really that did not do what you were hoping it to do. I think he's just going to lose all these pikemen now. And any hope of him staying in this game.
Yeah, I think you're right. That did less damage than I expected.
4 defense is strong, man.
I mean, it is a good trade in terms of economy, but Rahlekk can't afford that trade right now.
Right.
Oh man, what is Rahlekk doing here?
Yeah.
Oh no, he's just gonna protect. He's covering his.
He can't cover
witch.
it with his witch. He can just move it around with the. He can just move it around through the water. And go
No,
on
I
the
was
left side
thinking-
of the witch.
He can just move his mage somewhere that will cover it though, and he'll
Yeah.
be fine. That's actually fine then, and actually almost good. I'm tempted to say. But if he's gonna do that, why not just move the witch out further, even more so?
No, because it's definitely a dead witch. Because Susi can just kill the wagon, and then he can move the witch on the left side of the other witch and kill it that way. And the mage can't attack onto the sea.
Charge!
What sea spot would
So just to the left of the witch.
the mage can still cover that?
No, he can't. Mages cannot attack into the sea.
Really? They can't attack over the sea like that?
Infantry cannot attack into the sea.
I asked the same. I asked the same
I'm not-
question in your game actually. when you guys are playing on Butterfly.
I know that applies to amphibians, but I don't think that applies to air units.
I'm pretty sure it does.
We'll have to find out. But I'm tempted to say it works like Advanced Wars, where infantry couldn't attack into this. Well, actually, no. In Advanced Wars, you could attack into the sea. So I guess it is different.
Because they had guns.
I mean, mages should be able to attack into the sea.
Mages are ranged, that's right.
They might be able to do so. I mean, we'll see. I don't think so. But
Are we going to see?
We'll see.
I mean, yeah, if he does do that, it's entirely
Yeah.
possible that he does. He doesn't. He doesn't really need to.
If he does do that, how does he kill the wagon, though?
He got a trebuchet and a harpy right there.
It seems like a bad use of his trebuchet.
I love the
Considering-
world where this wagon has now become relevant.
It is.
3 turns later,
Body blocking strong, man.
you could have moved so long ago if that witch didn't body block it. Now it's a problem. Look what you've done to yourself.
Oh man. Yeah, like, it's actually a really bad deal for him to put all that work into killing the wagon. Because then what? Then he's losing this battle with the pikemen, and the pikemen just... Well, the pikemen still can't reach the trebuchet because pikemen have no mobility whatsoever. Yeah. The pikemen still can't attack the trebuchet. Susi's taking his time with this turn. There's a lot to calculate here. Do I kill the wagon or do I kill the pikeman?
I think he's definitely going to put a cherry stone down. I think he moves Emmerich up 1 space and drops the cherry stone behind him.
But then then Greenfinger can't kill it. Never mind.
Because he's going to move that spearman down and then move the other to the left to crit the other spearman.
Oh, I was just thinking if Emmerich does, or if Greenfinger does that, then he just gets killed by the trebuchet.
That's interesting. I guess it works. I don't like it.
Is Susi gonna throw this on this? Susi can't throw this because he still has. What he's doing here is he's protecting his trebuchet.
Right.
Yeah. Now nothing can catch that trebuchet. He's fine. That's fine. Yeah. He's getting a basic superiority, but who cares? He has a trebuchet.
What? I don't like that. He's just killing. That mage is just dead now.
Cherry stones defend us!
He's really gonna kill that 6 HP pikeman, or that cherry stone's dead. I don't like that either. He's just giving charge to the Greenfinger. But he is keeping the pressure up in that sea tiles, and it's really gonna choke Rahlekk to death, I think. Let's take a look at the economy. Rahlekk is down 400. he is really hurting as far as the economy goes, and I don't think there's a way for him to come back and get into the game. See Susi throw down a ballista just to finish coverage of I think the middle and the left side. Make sure the air can't really do him any harm.
Yeah, I think if Susi's plan might just be take these mermen all the way around and just take out the headquarters, because that's actually pretty good.
Yeah.
Mermen will actually do 40% to.
Yeah, they do a lot of damage to the headquarters.
Actually, I don't know how much they do to headquarters because I don't fully understand how building damage works. Because different buildings clearly have different defenses, but that's not shown on.
It's only the stronghold that has different defense.
Okay.
Amphibians deal 30 damage to it. They deal 50 damage to regular buildings. With crit. With crit.
Yeah.
Without crit, they do 50.
Alright. That makes sense. Yeah, I mean, I think Susi made some terrible... Well, I mean... Where are Susi's high value units, right? That's what economy gets you.
Right,
His high
trebuchet.
economy units is that trebuchet and that ballista and his air force, which he just lost his entire air force.
And his harpoon ship. And yeah, he did just lose a bunch of his value on that turn. That's good. So the game is starting to swing the other way on the ground for sure. Because he has not gotten any value whatsoever out of that trebuchet, except for like one swordsman, I think.
Yeah.
Right?
Something like that. I think Rahlekk might still be too far from behind, but that could change, actually.
Well, at a glance, with what, right? What does Susi have for Rahlekk to worry about? The trebuchet. And
Yeah, it's just the trebuchet and the ballista and the harpoon ship.
Where did all of Susi's money go? Like, I'm actually looking at the situation, wondering just where did it all go?
He lost 3 harpies and a witch, right?
Yeah. And I think a lot of his money is locked up in his navy because
Yeah.
mermen are expensive. That's what.
Yeah, they're 250 gold each.
Yeah, and then the harpoon ship is another 600. So that's almost 1,000 in economy and navy, which is going to pay off. So that's probably where his big advantage is.
the wagon is free to produce value once again.
Yeah, I think
Oh,
what he's
man.
going to do is he's gonna take this archer over here and make sure that the amphibians can't just kill his port.
That's actually pretty. Rahlek's position is looking better and better.
Yeah, it is. He's just getting more value out of his units. And that's all there is to it.
What a game. Turn 12. We mentioned the economic disadvantage that Rahlekk had for a little bit, but as mentioned, he's quickly turning that around.
Yeah.
Susi is definitely not completely out of the game yet. Like Kaal
No,
mentioned.
Susi is still winning. For
Right.
sure.
But he's now in a position where it's possible to lose.
Definitely. I think Susi needs to pull his catapult back.
I agree.
He gotta pull it. He's gotta pull it back. There's no way he can't. I think. And even if he does pull it back, it's gonna start losing value. Man, I
Well,
think.
he doesn't have an option not to pull it back this turn because of the Harpy and the Pikemen. I don't think
Yeah.
he can't leave it there for sure. That means
I mean,
the
what, does
cherry
he think
stone is
that-
gonna die.
Yeah, that spearman's gonna die to the merfolk. Susi's position has really, really deteriorated. I think spearmen make it very easy to throw games. Like, if you don't attack them carefully, it's very easy to lose off that.
Right.
And I think that's why they are such a powerful tool right now. against people who do make a lot of mistakes, right? Attacking into them is difficult to do without taking a lot of damage in return.
So he reinforces the soldier just to keep the knight pinned down. Can't kill a soldier next turn because of that. We are also talking about the economic game here, and spending the gold on the soldier is gold you're not spending trying to stave off what and protect your trebuchet.
Yeah.
So there's the retreat, and he probably put in a great position, just putting it between those mountains, partially to. Once the wind's over, he'll be able to cover a lot more of the center middle of the map.
Yeah.
Ballista right next to it to help also deter the air.
Right, because this is bad wind right now, and that'll change very soon.
That witch is in a lot of has a lot of pressure.
Yep. Yeah. I guess these pikemen and this Ballista Trebuchet combo is gonna be hard to break because he doesn't have any dragons, and there's no way Rahlekk can afford a dragon. That is more than 2 turns of income. That he can't do that. That's not an option for him.
Right. I mean, as we're talking through all this, the obvious best advantage that Susi has right now is the economic gap.
Yeah, and Susi just made another really bad mistake. What was that? Oh man.
So the
He
correct move
throwing
there
that.
would have just been to not attack or take the village, correct?
I think even just move back onto the mountain or something. Like, that's probably
free.
your best play.
So that was like the worst move out of the 4 he could have made.
Yeah, he could have like taken the village, which is all right. He could have
not attacked, which is
not attacked, which is perfectly valid.
he could have moved
it
into the
back.
mountain and not attack. But the 4th option, attacking Green Finger, giving him groove, losing the unit simultaneously is
I think that is
87% on groove, by the way.
Again.
man.
He's about to get his groove off this pikeman. One of the 2. And he can lock down those tread units in the middle if he's careful about it.
Man, this game is really back and forth with the throws. Yeah, I don't think I've seen a game where commanders ever got this much charge before.
I mean, you did give Koji a bunch of charge in your game. He did have one, like, almost 2 grooves.
That's a very fair point.
Is he retaking the village?
No, it's much better for him to get the groove off.
Is Rahlekk? Oh man. Rahlek's position looks actually really solid right now, except for that whole naval issue, which is actually super bad, I
Huge.
think.
Yeah. If
Yeah, these merfolk are just gonna destroy everything over here. I think this map in general just might not be able to support a proper navy, just because of how much shallow water there is. Like, I think naval combat in this game is mostly merfolk. Maybe you grab a turtle to patrol the left, and I think that's about all you can afford.
right. Gavin's dog also agrees.
I think it's been really good that we haven't seen any pikeman spam coming out of anyone, really. Like, there's a few pikemen, but that's not really the...
I think people have recognized at this point that pikeman spam is just it's a noob stomp mechanic.
Yep.
And it's really not that effective when you know how to use your economy and how to use your commander.
Yeah. there was a game, I can't remember if it was on Monday or on Saturday, but there was a true pikeman spam game. Because like a lot of these
that was
games...
Saturday, I didn't see that one.
Yeah, it was between Zach Star and someone else whose name escapes me, but that was a true pikeman spam on... it was on 1010 Oasis, which we have now removed from the map pool because of its broken FTA mechanics.
Yes.
But yeah, that one, he absolutely did the true pikeman spam, building 2 wagons so that he can ferry all of his pikemen to the front lines. Oh man.
Jeez.
And he did do well with that strategy. He didn't win that game, but that was... When people say they're frustrated by pikemen to them, that's the kind of game they're talking about. Do you want to be a really interesting buy for Susi right now?
A warship.
Just buy a... Oh. I was thinking a dragon.
A dragon?
Because if he puts a dragon down from the tower, he's threatening the other tower immediately from a dragon attack.
But there's a mage right there.
He could also just smite the mage. Yeah, he can block off the witch with his ballista.
I think the dragon is a pretty silly buy.
Archers don't do any... Archers do like 10 or 20 to dragons. That is very true. Actually, they do less damage to dragons than to warships.
Okay, but the warship is a lot less under threat
Yeah, the warship.
than the dragon.
The warship is really good here for Susi, because it threatens nearly the left side of the map for him, and it also puts a game-ending threat onto the stronghold. Because if he can get the harpoon ship and the warship around over there, I don't think there's much that Rahlekk can do about it. I think it would put Rahlekk on a timer.
Does this game end by Stronghold or Commander?
I'm leaning towards Stronghold.
I think it's Stronghold, yeah.
These commanders have been they've been manipulating them well. They haven't been overly conservative, but they're definitely leaning
And
more conservative.
if it does go to a Stronghold game, I think I'll give the game to Susi because Imric can turtle a lot better than Greenfinger can.
When
I actually
Emmerich...
don't know if Greenfinger can groove in the water, in the sea tiles. He should be able to. I mean, I would guess so, right?
Probably. What I was just thinking is, does Emmerich's Cherrystone protect buildings?
I don't believe buildings have a defense mechanic.
Right, but would it add it because buildings are units?
No, we could see, but I don't think so.
I don't even. Yeah.
Because when a village is placed on plains, it doesn't get defense bonus.
I mean,
But if
villages
it-
aren't
but-
really
but
on
if it-
anything, though.
But
No,
if
that's
a
not
village-
correct. A village can be built on plains, a village can be built on road, and it will give the respective movement bonus.
Really, I did not know that, actually.
Yes.
I'll take your word for it, then. But then I'm tempted to use the argument, but air units get the defense bonus.
They do, but
They're actual units.
yeah, they're units.
They're not coded units, they're actual units.
I've never seen it work on buildings. And if you look, for instance, at one of these villages and compare it to one of the air units, you can see the defense tab on the bottom right. You can't see that for villages.
Yeah. Oh, while we were talking about Cherrystone interactions with villages, Susi did buy a warship here, and
I like that buy.
yeah. As long as he doesn't get any bad weather, it will be good. But with some bad weather, man, warships.
Warships do not do well in bad weather, that's for sure.
Yeah. Harpoon ships in particular just get destroyed by bad weather because it cuts their movement in half.
Yeah, and they already do not have much movement at all. Movement on sea is nothing. Nothing compared to other
Nothing.
units.
Oh man. I remember in my game 3, that turtle movement was ridiculous.
Yeah, it is. It's huge. He really threw that game with his positioning of his amphibians. He could have pushed you and protected his units.
I think it was just difficult to deal with turtles on that map in general because I was like, okay, I'll trade my turtle, but I'll just build another one. Because turtles are cheap. They are only 400
only
gold.
400, yeah. They're very good
And
price.
Yeah. Like, I guess he would have had a mass harpoon ships, which isn't actually a bad idea since, like, the way I see it is naval combat is, it wins you something, and something can change based on the map, right? Like, it's opportunity to use warships to bomb. Sometimes it can actually be winning the stronghold, but not usually. I think on that map in particular, one of the big things you can win is a lockdown on
the river.
A lockdown with harpoon ships.
Yeah.
No, just locking them down, the tower down.
Right. Yeah. I think the big battle on that map is battle over the river. But back to this game. Greenfinger opted not to use his groove, which I'm
Yeah, I
surprised
feel like
by.
you did that in the wrong order. I feel like you make the wall, then take the village, not take the village and make the wall after all of these units cross over to you.
Right, yeah.
I think that, like, he probably might have realized that as soon as he made the play.
I think that the advantage that we saw Rahlekk having in units has kind of gone away by now because he split so many of his units off to the left where they're really not doing anything.
Yeah.
He really needed to go after Emmerich and try and push through the center and maybe take the Rex. But as it is, he doesn't have any pressure, I feel like.
I mean, the unit count is actually pretty tied right now, surprisingly. And it comes down to the fact that Rahlekk could get an income advantage soon, potentially. But then again, what's going to happen as soon as Susi's turn? Susi's just going to destroy everything here with his merman, or his merman, yeah.
Yeah, that archer in particular is going to die for sure.
That archer's going to die, that mage might die.
That
Probably
knight
not
is
die,
dead.
but it's going to take hits. That knight's dead to the trebuchet.
Yeah.
Yeah. Rahlekk probably wants to pull his merman away so that it can actually fight the harpoon ship later and not just die now.
Yeah, definitely.
I don't know. I think I'm getting pretty close to calling it. Once Susi locks on the naval, I think I'm pretty comfortable calling it.
That's a very dangerous, bold statement to make, Doc.
Yeah, that's the second time you said that.
Actually, it's the third. You both agreed the first time.
Once he locks down the naval, I stated. He has not locked down the naval yet. I mean, I think we are right to call the game for Susi. It's just taking a lot longer than it should. Because Susi's just really taking his time.
Yeah. He's a very, very careful player.
Wouldn't be sure about the word careful.
Well, he's a very slow player. He's slow. There goes the knight.
There goes the knight. I expect to see the archer die.
Yeah. Should move that one marine a couple spaces over and then dead.
Yeah.
Because archer is one of the only units that actually threaten amphibians.
Only because they outrange them. They do not.
They do.
Oh, they do a lot of damage. Never mind.
A lot of damage to them.
They do way more damage than I thought. Holy crap.
That's why we said in the second game versus you that or the first game that DXM played versus you. He really lost the advantage he had in the middle when he lost his archer to the amphibians. He
Yeah.
misplaced it.
What really helped me in that game though was the bad weather. That really helped me.
Yeah, it did.
Because amphibians are not affected by, well, they don't take a range penalty, they take a movement penalty.
I don't like Susi moving into the middle with his harpoon ship here. He should have kept going on the deep water. And I don't like that warship movement either.
I think what he's doing...
He's going to take
What
his
I-
warship into the middle. I think that's what he's doing.
I think what he's doing with his harpoon ship is his goal is to control the air, so he's just going to cover the tower.
That does make sense.
Yeah. Because it only has to get to where beside the 8 health merman in order to get a total cover of the tower, so that's 2 turns.
And just really quick, if you guys could very quickly summarize the properties of these sea tiles, like the movement and the defense and such.
Sure, the deep sea is a 1 movement for all sea units. The regular sea is 2 for the whole units and turtles, the harpoon ship, the warship, and the turtle. And it's 1 for amphibians, and then coral or reef is 3 movement for all of them. No, 4 movement for boats and the turtle, and 2 movement for the amphibian. And then there's the beach, which only the amphibian can move on, which costs 2.
Ships can move on beach.
Or yeah, ships can move on beach too, of course.
In
'cause
fact,
the
that's,
warship grid, is on beach.
Yeah.
So, but it's a defense malice of 1.
Yep. Then there's also bridges, which cost 2 movement for both ships and amphibians.
Right.
And I believe ships cannot actually stop on
No.
bridges.
They
and
can't
that's a
stop on
huge-
bridges, and it's very important. Yes.
Yes, because in Fog of War, if a ship gets surprised on a bridge, it dies immediately.
Yep. Kind of a
Which is one of
goofy
the most-
mechanic, but
Which is just an incredibly troll thing. It's like, oh, it moves and just, oh, it's dead. I think all Susi has to do here is just not lose the right side. He's gonna win through the left side.
yeah, absolutely.
Because I don't think Susi has it in him to win the right side.
I mean, I don't think he really loses it either.
No, he's not gonna lose it. He can reinforce it. He has the defender's advantage here, right?
Right.
And considering how much both these players enjoy pikemen a lot, so that defender's advantage matters so much more when you're spamming pikemen. I think I should clarify what I mean by defender's advantage is just the inherent advantage of fighting closer to your barracks, so which means that it takes way less time for units to reach your front line.
Right. Which is somewhat mitigated because Rahlekk has a wagon, but not much mitigated.
No.
I feel like we were where we were at the beginning of the game, except the left side is pushed forward about 3 tiles.
Yeah. For the other player this time too.
The difference now is there's a warship and a harpoon ship, and a
Yeah.
trebuchet.
That's a death push.
Yeah.
Where there's a will, there's a way to find a way for this left side push not to work.
Yeah. Today has been some very long games.
Yeah, I think a game between good players is inherently going to go long.
I think
of how
just
the game
between-
works.
I think just equally skilled players, whether they're
Yeah,
bad or good.
absolutely. Equally skilled players. That's a good way of putting it.
Yeah.
I will throw out the show note that most nights we've done 3 featured games a night. Tonight, this is the last game of the night. This best of 3 series.
Yeah. Thank goodness, because
Yeah,
we're already going to 1 o'clock again, probably. Even if this is
Are you telling me you're not
series.
excited to cast Wargroove, Doc?
I am absolutely excited, but
He also
man, does my body.
He played a game in your defense.
Yeah, and my body's not so happy waking up in the morning. Man.
It's just like baseball, you know? If we get to game 3, that's free Wargroove.
free Wargroove.
Wait, I don't get that baseball metaphor / joke.
If you get to 10th inning, it's free baseball.
Oh.
It's not like it would be extra games, but hey, game 3 's it's going pretty long. Back to Wargroove.
Yeah.
Yeah, back to Wargroove. That joke only makes sense to Americans and Taiwanese and Japanese people.
These Ottawans with their lack of baseball, and
Damn Canadians.
Toronto sucks.
I don't think you'll find a lot of Canadians disagreeing with you.
Hey, like, most of Canada lives in Toronto.
Well, there's the reverse order green finger groove in action. Although it does, I guess, technically trap that half of the army. The ballista can fire over.
I'm pretty sure that crit will just remove that vine, and Emmerich can just run away.
I guess he's going all in on some kind of.
Yeah, he's trying to kill Emmerich, but I think Emmerich can get out of there pretty
Emmerich
quickly.
can just run away. Yeah, like you said,
Yeah.
Emmerich runs away after the crit hits on the vine.
Yeah, Rahlekk is first, right?
Alternatively, Emmerich
Relic
can
did
pull.
go first, I believe, yeah.
Alternatively,
Yeah, okay.
Emmerich can just pull. You're stuck in here with me.
No, actually, Emmerich does need to get out of there, or else
Emmerich
he will
can't-
probably die.
Emmerich, next turn's bad weather. The
Oh, you're
trebuchet
right.
Is
No, but Susi went second, so he still gets good weather for one more turn.
Right,
That's
yeah,
why.
yeah.
That's
Okay.
why I was asking about the weather.
Yeah, Susi did go second. Why is he
Yeah.
taking this witch all the way around the world?
See, he's gonna get the tower lock now
he is, but
in an
yeah,
unconventional way.
I mean you can't. Ugh. Yes. So this amphibian can lock down the port, also. By the way, correct?
Yeah, that port is donezo.
Yep. Emmerich's free to leave.
Yep. He's just walking out. See you later.
But if you're Emmerich, and this game's gone on for a long time, aren't you tempted to go all in here and just go for the kill?
No.
Let me ask your question in a different way, Doc.
Because
After you've wasted 2 hours of your life, don't you want to just throw it away 5 minutes later?
no, yeah. I think that he sees that he's winning so hard on the left side that he can just play defensively on the right and just win the game this way.
I'm not saying what's correct. I'm saying what he feels.
Yeah. We'll see.
That's fair.
But I think it is a huge mistake to move
Oh,
his-
it absolutely
his
is a
warship.
mistake. Don't get me wrong. Wait.
No, I mean, I think it's a huge mistake for him to move his warship into the middle. He should be
No.
taking it around the back.
No, that's fine, because what Susi, remember, Susi's not going to end the game. What he's going for is to just get an advantage and then never lose the game.
Never
as a
lose
result.
the game.
Right? If you don't lose the game, eventually you win. That is in fact how video games work.
You are winning until you're losing.
Well, I mean, think about it. The game has to end eventually, and if you never lose, then you must have won.
I mean, does it have to end eventually? We could be here till 2, 3, 4.
There is no time limit.
So,
Skits is
What,
asleep.
maybe-
He can't. Skits is asleep. He can't call the match.
Oh, Jesus.
so I guess the warship sits here and then just covers this entire area.
Seven.
I mean, he gets the crit on the beach.
7 minutes ago, Susi pinged me on the Group of War Discord and asked, have we broken the record for the longest game on stream yet?
I don't think so, right? How long has
have
it
we
been?
been here?
I don't know, it's not that long.
Oh man, actually it's been like an hour now. It's been over an hour.
It's been an hour and 40 minutes.
Oh, okay, yeah, this is the longest game. Holy crap. Oh, oh crap, Susie is actually going all in on this.
You're locked in here with me!
Oh man, Susie's going for it. He's had enough.
Is this the correct
Oh, no.
choice?
Absolutely not.
No.
No. Like I said, eventually people have a limited supply of
You
patience.
don't have to win, you just have to break their spirit.
Honestly, when you're playing on the ladder, a lot of games just end when their spirit is broken. You don't need to know how to close out the game. Which is definitely something that can be an issue. Because I feel like Susie's probably played a lot of ladder, and he's like, yeah, I don't really know how to win. Just surrender already. You're supposed to surrender like 6 turns ago. Oh man. This counterattack is actually going to be pretty effective. I mean, the Harpy still can't get in because of the ballista.
I hate bad weather on the desert maps. Hurts my eyes.
It's really funny when the amphibians attack, because like they already have like really squinted eyes, and they're like it looks like they're like it looks like they're trying to shield their eyes. Actually, can I right click one of them right now? No, it didn't work.
Yeah, Susie's back to having a huge economic lead. Oh man, that harpoon ship movement with bad weather, not looking good. Putting his witch there, I guess makes sense. I think at this point, Susi should totally build a dragon. But I just want to see dragons be the right choice.
We know.
Oh man. I just want to see a dragon on Van Van Beach because I was like, that map can't support a dragon, but when you have 900 income, it's not so ridiculous. So he's going for another harpy. Will Susi buy a witch here? Or will he just... Because his harpoon ship isn't actually in position yet. Which is... I don't think harpies will do much damage to a harpoon ship. No, they do very little damage to a harpoon ship. On the other hand, if the harpy engages the harpoon ship when weather is bad, the harpoon ship won't be able to attack back. It's too close, and they can't get away.
I think everyone's sort of thinking the same thing, which is now what? What do you do in this spot?
That half movement speed hurts so much to watch.
The most painful part is it's the -2, so it's like... It really makes the harpoon ship already painfully low. Like, harpoon ship's biggest problem is their move speed is really bad. 4 movement is terrible for a naval ship. and then most of this is C, so it's actually just two movement, and then you say, oh yeah, and you lose another movement. Just, oh man, that sucks. He's going. I don't like that. I guess the merman is still covered by the harpoon ship, at least. He. Man, those mermen are doing very little outside of water. I guess it doesn't matter though. Like, what is Rahlekk gonna do about it? He has nothing here. Rahlekk actually just straight up didn't even build from his factory last turn either. Having a swordsman would be real helpful right now.
I'm trying to think just what the win conditions here are for a victory in the short term. And for the life of me, I can't
There's not
find
really a
one.
short-term victory on the board.
There's not.
Yeah.
There's really not.
These units are gonna slug each other, and then they're gonna back off.
Man, I thought Bandman Beach is a relatively fast map.
It is.
I've never had a game go on here longer than like 6 turns, I think.
Well, to be fair, of all the commanders we could pick, we got Emmerich and Greenfinger.
That is true.
Yeah, that is very true.
Which makes me interested to know, or makes me curious, are we going to see the same commanders next game? Because I can't imagine either player wants to go through a defensive-minded game again, 7 defense in a row. Like, we're joking as commentators, but I can only imagine, like, what the players themselves are thinking right now. Or lack thereof.
These long games definitely take a mental toll on you. Speaking from personal experience.
Those of you who are just now joining us late, you are watching Groove of War. I'm Gavin, joined by Daak. Hello, Daak.
Hello.
And joined by Kaal.
Hello.
This is a week-long Swiss bracket tournament celebrating the launch of Wargroove. You're watching Susi versus Rahlekk. Game 1 of 3. Last game of the night.
Wait, did Susi move his harpoon ship?
I think so.
Really can't tell.
Oh, the bad weather is gone. The sunshine is here. Ranged units have range again. And the stalemate continues regardless.
And harpoon ships can move. That's the most important part. No, I think Susi's starting to close. Actually, never mind. I just saw that he lost all of those pikemen. Yikes.
Thank you to everyone. Thank you to everyone who's stuck with us so far. Trying to do our best we can. Trying to do the best we can to just sort of show you guys some of the intricacies of this game. Hopefully, you guys are learning a lot from this bit of from the casting view of things instead of playing. Go ahead, Daak.
I was just pointing out the harpoon ship is almost got the airlock, but it still hasn't quite managed to happen yet. There's a hex, and that is actually a really valued hex.
Yeah, it is. and
He is-
he's somewhat.
What?
Actually,
I think-
I think Greenfield.
Yeah, Rahlek's dead. Rahlek's dead. Yeah, Rahlek's dead.
God.
that crit's gonna. That crit
There's a
alone.
crit with the knight, and there's a crit with the trebuchet.
And then a crit with the archer.
Yeah.
Actually, there's no crit. Is there a crit with the knight? Oh yeah, there is because
Yeah,
the
there is.
trebuchet, because the ballista. Yeah, that's a dead green finger.
So we will be taking a bit of an extended break before game 2. Hope you guys stick around with us on the end of that. We'll try to keep the post-game commentary short and give you guys more information on the other side of the break. I think everyone here in chat, us included, and our players could use a small breather.
There's a dog. He just built a dog.
He's the surrender dog.
The surrender dog.
Hopefully, Susi has seen this lethal. Yay! Smack him in the face. Alright, that's game 1. Rahlekk takes it over Susi. Susi
Yeah.
takes it over Rahlekk.
So there goes the attack on Rahlekk on green finger.
You were
And-
simply outmatched.
That is permanent, as
Could
as said. Any closing thoughts before we go back to break it?
I think that the tale of that map was kind of that Rahlekk. He made his biggest mistakes with his early game economy in the Navy, and that kind of translated to him losing control of the ground as well.
I think his biggest mistake was when he sent that knight and archer and all those high value units to the left where they did very little.
Yeah, that too.
If he had sent that to the right, I think he could have won at a certain point. Because at one point he was actually doing pretty well.
right.
What really did end up closing the game was Susi actually having a proper navy, and
Yeah.
that's the reason. So I think I could very easily see this set going to a game 3.
Absolutely.
So next game will be, the map choice will be Rahlekk's. Susi will pick side. We're gonna take a bit of a break. We'll see you guys on the other side of it. Keep an eye on that countdown. Thank you for joining us. This is Groove of War. I'm Gavin. Daak, Kaal. We'll see you guys on the other side of the break.
think again. Don't you know what you're starting? But you sure ain't got a clue how bad this will go. Don't you know my art of war. And as you look to the horizon, not a cloud, but then stormy weather's caught you cold. Seems like it crept up out of nowhere, all around you. It's not quite what you foretold. You'll never see it coming. You'll see that my mind is too fast for eyes. You're done in. By the time it's hit you, your last surprise.
Welcome back to Groove of War. My name's Gavin, and I'm joined by Kaal and Daak. We had a very, more or less insane game one. I think that Susi made the joke, asking if it was the longest game we've had yet. I believe it was. I think our longest game before that was closer to the 140 range, and this one hit just about 2 hours.
Yeah, that's
A
a real
slugfest.
level of attrition.
This is a slugfest.
Which is not a bad thing. It's what happens. That's the game that we. It's the game it's like you said. When two equally skilled players are playing against each other, it's a good game and it tends to be longer.
Right.
That's what we
Yep.
saw. So Susi is on the right playing Valder. In the black, in the purple, we have Rahlekk playing Tenri.
Kotenri.
So, I think I mentioned last game how I was wondering if both players were going to play more offensively minded commanders. I think we got that. I don't think either player
Yeah,
wants to turtle this time.
Definitely.
They do not want to. They want this game to go. This map I think does tend to drag on a bit longer than most maps, just because you have two barracks, no air, no naval, so it does kind of end up being a slugfest until one commander overextends.
Yeah, I think it does tend to be that commanders make mistakes and overextend on this map, like driving all their units, trying to kill a trebuchet, and making them all vulnerable in a turn and losing them all and losing the game. I think that happens fairly often. But I like the commander choices. Both Valder and Tenri are very strong in this map. Valder really strong for early pushes, and Tenri is the CO that doesn't allow you to build big tech units, because she will just kill them. I think Tenri, if Nuru were nerfed that tiny bit, Tenri would definitely be the strongest CO in the game, in my opinion.
I don't think I agree. I think it just means you're more careful before you build a trebuchet. But like a golem, you still have to kill a golem that's now presumably somewhere near your army, right?
That's
Right,
kind of how I
but
explained it too.
you can one-shot a golem with Tenri if you just put it in a river and have a trebuchet shoot it.
I guess. But I mean, how fast is her groove again?
She's a fast charge.
Same as Nuru?
Yeah,
Hmm.
and don't forget that she can also wind her own units. It's not only
That is
enemy
true.
units that she can do. She is really good.
That is true. I haven't seen I didn't get to see Tenru's groove actually until I did a puzzle with her earlier yesterday, I think it was. So
I like moving the CO towards the center a lot more than I like moving the CO towards the middle, or towards
Yeah.
the top here. I think you really have to have your CO in the center in this map to get the early charge. So I
For
like
sure.
I like Rahlek's play here a lot more.
yeah, I think it partially is one thing that comes from like this is a kind of a map knowledge bit that doesn't even necessarily come from understanding capture speed.
Well, I think
Because,
I think in general you want to put your CO towards the center of the map where there's going to be conflict.
Yeah, but I think just the way people are approaching this map is, oh, you have to send your commander to the most important location, which is the barracks in
That
Field's
does make
Head,
sense, right?
which sounds reasonable.
Right. It
but
does. It
it's
does sound
wrong.
reasonable.
Yeah. So we're seeing a warlock and a knight.
I like the knight buy a lot more personally. I think that mages are really good on this map, but you
Yeah.
need a core of units before mages are really useful, while knights are immediately useful.
I think what mages make mages particularly good here is that they're just good for even early capturing,
Right. That's
depending
true.
on how you do it. I don't think buying a mage first is necessarily wrong.
I
The
don't
knight
think so
is a
either.
pretty good response. But yeah, this is definitely the time to build a spearman.
Especially if
Yeah, absolutely.
one or more COs go up instead of mid. Like it really depends on where the CO goes as far as the night value goes.
Yeah, I think Rahlekk should definitely move in here.
Absolutely.
And
you should move
he
in
should
with
do
everything you can here. Yeah.
yep, all three things.
Yeah.
Because that if he puts the knight as far as he can, so just to the top left of the thing of his commander. Yep, look at where he has.
He has almost that whole area up there, totally under his control now.
Yep. So many good crit locations, like all those three spots, the corner of the river, to the right of to the bottom right, and to the left right of that.
Right.
Those are all spots that you kind of want to be.
Controlling.
Yeah.
Susi gonna lose this town next turn.
Yep. I don't think he can do anything about it either.
Nope. I like the buy of the archer.
It might be a bit early considering his other value unit is a knight, but it's probably fine. Plus, bad weather just happens, so it means that there won't be bad weather in the future.
Yeah. Nice jinx.
That's how statistics works, right? If I flip heads,
We were talking about
it means I'll
like,
get tails.
we were talking about how like the weighting might work. Is it? I mean, obviously it's weighted towards Sunny, but also seems to be somewhat weighted towards multiple days in a row.
I think that's just actual proper randomness at work. People really underestimate the odds of runs in general, just from our perception. There's a really famous experiment where a professor basically told students, either go home, flip a coin 200 times, I think it was, and like chart out your results, or just make it up. And basically, the professor can always tell if it's fake or not, just because when people do it when they're faking it, they'll never put in a run of 6 or 5 heads or tails because they just think that's not what randomness means.
Me and Daak, they have theories about playing the Black Commander.
Oh yeah?
It's
I haven't heard this one.
It's active camouflage.
Active camouflage. Why do you say that?
Because that happened to us on day 1.
We commented before it happened, but we said, you know, it's really hard to see sometimes which buildings are capped and uncapped.
Oh
If you're not
god.
paying full attention.
Yeah.
And then not 3 turns later, a factory that we thought was neutral spit out a Gloom Giant. We were like questioning everything. We were like, why didn't you take the factory? It would have been such a better move. And then a turn later, the factory pops out a golem.
No, I don't like that.
No, that's
That's really not good. I mean,
it
it's
doesn't
not
hurt
terrible.
him.
It's not terrible. He can
It's
move
just
in
losing.
and attack the mage now, but
Wait,
yeah.
I think that might actually be better then, because killing the mage is really big here.
yeah, it is big. But I don't know.
I think that I actually like that better now that I see the mage kill.
Yeah,
Oh.
maybe.
That's actually a lot better.
I personally
just
like
too-
the charge.
You are way too greedy about charge.
I love charge. Give me the charge.
Yeah, because this just destroys. This actually might just be the game here, because this just destroys
Yeah, that is
Susi's
a
position.
big unit to lose that early. I mean, he spent all of his early tech money on that unit.
Yeah. Suddenly these pikemen don't look so good. I guess he has up there still, but he's gonna really struggle to take this.
He's going to
Take
lose
this
one of his
village back.
villages down south too, probably.
Maybe I'm less convinced of that, but I'm very convinced that he's not taking this middle one back anytime soon. Pikemen are terrible for trying to take a village like this. The only thing to consider is like, because you have to pull your mage back. Would you bother using Valder to hit Tenru? And I guess he
Return
chose
to
no.
dust.
Okay, that trade went pretty well. But he's still at a pretty big disadvantage. Because that swordsman is going to come in and crit that spearman. And
Yep.
that spearman doesn't have a crit.
Absolutely. Yeah, this is why I didn't like that trade, because he takes the 6 HP off the cavalry in return, and it's just almost a 1-for-1 trade. He just lost a turn of income. So he only lost about like a little more than 100 gold off of it. And I think getting the charge is a little bit more than 100 gold.
I mean, but what's going to happen now is he's going to kill that spearman, and that's... Well, I guess it's not going to kill the spearman, and it would probably be an overcommitment. That's a
Yeah.
trebuchet.
Yeah.
Um,
I think he pulls back and hits the town, and then runs away with the knight.
yeah, I mean, that's still good.
It is still good.
I mean, this does give him the most possible charge.
I believe it gives him groove next turn. I
And
could
that's
be
really
wrong.
good. That actually means that trebuchet is a huge mistake.
Yeah, it is. I think going for
Oh,
a
that's-
trebuchet early against Tenri is just awful.
Yeah, you're probably right.
This is one of the reasons that Tenri is such a strong commander. She just yoinks your units.
One of Tenry's greatest strengths is that people don't know how to play against her because people don't play her very much.
Yep. I honestly think Tenri should be nerfed a little bit.
Hmm.
I'm sure if you go start saying that on every
People go crazy. They're like, Tenri, she sucks.
yeah.
I'm like, man,
Go,
you
go
don't
off
know.
to Discord and
You
start
don't
recording
know.
responses.
I mean, people already get angry enough when you tell them that pikemen. Man,
Yeah, the pikemen suck. They're like, no, I lose it all the time.
I mean, they're good units. Most games you probably should buy one or two of them, but
yes, absolutely. They're good units to have 2 or 3.
swordsman should definitely be your default build still.
Yes, gives you a lot more income.
And
To
they're
make
just-
more high tier units, which are really the units that do the damage.
I think it's mostly mid-tier units. I built
Yes.
trebuchets. I know I built trebuchets in my last game, but I usually really don't like buying trebuchets in
Yeah, I
general.
don't like them either because they're not aggressive.
No, they are an aggressive buy
They-
in my opinion. It's just that
It's difficult to make them pay off, I think.
yeah, it's way too easy to build them early and just lose them. But
Exactly. I think it's just hard to make them pay off in general because you can't really trick somebody into getting killed by a trebuchet. You can't really make an aggressive push for the trebuchet. I mean, you can get in control of a position, but you can't do economic damage with it to like huge units, like you can
Oh,
with
no.
cavalry and stuff like that.
I think my game 3 disagrees with you.
I mean, that was mostly misplay on his part, but
I mean, the funny thing is that I also put units into trebuchet range, thinking he can't keep his trebuchet there. It'll die if he attacks my unit. Then he attacks it and his trebuchet didn't die.
yeah.
Both of us just kept miscalculating it again and again. Oh man, that was pretty wild. I think Valder wants to get the most value out of his groove. What he should do, and I don't think Susi will do it, is go right as high to the left as he can, drop it next to the mage, and destroy that mage.
Absolutely. I think he should too.
But that's a bit of a difficult move to see, I think. In general, Susi actually has a pretty good line
I'm pretty
here.
sure if he does that, he's dead.
I don't think so.
Tenri can move her trebuchet into crit range.
How far does her ability go?
It's like 6x's. So she can move back to where that archer is now. Move the trebuchet up in the crit range. Crit Valder. Have the cavalry crit Valder.
The cavalry won't go out crit Valder.
Yeah, it won't be able to crit Valder, but it'll still be able to do damage. And you still get 2 other units that can do damage too.
That was a mistake right there. What he should have done there is pull that spearman down, get the crit on it, and that would have been a lot better.
Yeah. Ugh, I don't like that at all.
It's okay. I understand what he's doing with it. It's fine.
I just got a quick ping from Rahlekk thinking ahead a little bit. This set did go longer than he had planned, so if there is a third match, he'll have to delay it. Which is very sensible, yeah. We will we will bring that game to you if in some way or another if they go to game 3.
I do have a job.
Sucks for you.
And really quick, just hello, Pup. One more thing, really quick. We mentioned it a few times, but it comes up every once in a while. Kaal, give us a quick rundown on why we aren't playing Fog of War during this tournament.
So Fog of War maps, they really require their own map set, and the map set that we currently have, the base map sets, they're not good for Fog of War matches, because a lot of these maps have first turn advantage in the first place. So you really can't make a balanced map where you're not getting cheesed every game in Fog of War. We really need to make an actual Fog of War map set in order to play a Fog of War competitive game.
And speaking from the spectator side, we can't do it as streamers either.
Yeah, we
just
also can't
because
stream
we don't have
Fog of War
we don't have a spectator client for it because it reveals all. We would have to be on a delay, and for a delay to be useful in this game, it would have to be a VOD. It wouldn't. It couldn't be a 3-minute delay because it would be you'd have a 9-minute warning on a unit.
I think Tenri, if she, I don't remember if it's 5 or 6 tiles for her groove, but if it's 6, she just yoinks the enemy trebuchet. Never mind. And if she doesn't, she should have put hers into position, in my opinion, to get immediate damage in. So you have to remember, her groove is fast charge. She's gonna get it a lot. And saving it for like a game-winning play is not really the right call, in my opinion. I like Susi's position a lot because he has so much more front line. Even though he lost a lot early, Rahlekk doesn't really have a lot on the front, so he's getting a little bit pushed, which is kind of why I wanted him to use the Tenri groove. So I think that might be what he does here. He's probably make an opening in order to do that, and I think it would be a mistake.
I know I say that archers are the counter spearmen, but not like this, because
Yeah,
from this position, his
he's
archers
just gonna lose the archer.
to pikemen, and
Yeah, that's not good.
I wouldn't ever say that archer is really a counter to pikemen, but it's definitely a check.
Yeah,
And
it puts them into opposition, and it's really what you want in those kinds of situations.
yeah, like archers are good against pikemen. Don't get me wrong. Like when you see spam pikemen, yeah, archer swordsman is totally one of the best ways to go about it. But they aren't an unstoppable counter the same way pikemen are to cavalry. Although that's not a really true one either, because cavalry have so much better movement than pikemen. True counters in this game are actually pretty rare. Like harpies against knights is one of the few true counters, I would say. So Tenry's gotta move here, or else Tenry's gonna die.
What?
The wind rises.
What? That's...
I don't think that was good at all.
Will he even be able to...
You know, he
No.
won't be able to kill it.
He will...
Well, he will because of the defense malice on the river.
Yeah.
But still, I don't think the mage is important enough to do that. He really should have moved the trebuchet into position to attack the mage instead of having the knight do it to increase the power of his position.
Yeah. And I think we're gonna see Susi just get a huge lead here, because Susi's just gonna kill that archer.
That archer is just donezo.
I mean, what happens here is, yeah, he's gonna take out that archer. He can push his trebuchet right behind it. And those, wow, pikemen are real slow. They are still not gonna be able to defend that trebuchet anytime soon.
Yeah.
Trebuchets are the best answer to pikemen, but
Yeah.
they are very expensive. But I guess he's gonna threaten that trebuchet with, he should move his, what he should do is move his knight right on that bridge, because that bridge will give him a crit on the trebuchet. He will have to block it with Tenry if he wants to be able to shoot with his catapult still, because he cannot block it with his knight when there's this many pikemen right in front of it. I think just given that that's the play where he's planning to go all in on killing that trebuchet with pikemen and the knight, what he should also do is consider moving both pikemen over and potentially picking off either that pikeman or that mage, just to strengthen his push. Oh, and he can even take that village with a crit. So that's just more good stuff. Well, actually, that'd be a pretty bad idea. No, that would be deadly.
That
Don't
would
do
be a
that.
mistake, yeah.
That would be a mistake. The biggest mistake Susi can make is not moving his knight to the right spot. That's the number one mistake he can make.
Yes. He definitely needs to move it more to the center.
No, he needs to move it I think he has to move it exactly onto that bridge. Anywhere else is a mistake.
I think you can rotate bottom with it and still be okay.
But then that
Although
trebuchet,
even then, moving to the bridge is better.
yeah, that trebuchet is going to do terrible things to his spearman formation, right?
Right.
Yeah. It's starting to look like he doesn't plan on doing that, which could be kind of bad. That doesn't look like someone who's going to move his knight to the right spot.
Nope. You should at least identify that the knight is doing nothing in the north. Those two spearmen there.
Yeah.
It's just like similar to the position you were in, Doc, on your game where your two spearmen were just kind of. Am I remembering that right? Because I remember a group of spearmen also.
Yeah,
kinda...
Daak had a group of two spearmen and a sword and a trebuchet
Right.
up on the top that just did nothing the whole game.
Yeah.
There's another error that cost in that game.
There was a lot of errors in that game.
Yeah.
That was not me doing my best. Yeah. I think I redeemed myself with the next game, but wow, that was not a great game.
Worth noting that it is favorable wins.
Yep, so that was in fact a crit.
Yeah.
Which is, I think, kind of an inconsistency with how the weather works, and they should probably make it one way.
I think that they should probably just note that a trebuchet crits at 5 range. I think that would be
Yeah, I think that's the best way to do it. Because as it is very misleading. It does not work at all how you'd expect it to do, both ways.
Yeah, because it says max range.
Yeah. So I think a hard question to answer, especially at like the level that Susi and Rahlekk are playing, are when you have a small advantage that isn't like a permanent economic advantage, like having a village where you can actually sit on it and just win the game, but a small unit advantage that is in fact gonna disappear as both sides build up more and more. What should you do to leverage it, you think, in this situation?
You should put them into a strong, aggressive position that you can build them up further to push from. You should try to maneuver your pieces so that they threaten the enemy's pieces as much as possible and put him into places that it's difficult for him to counterattack any push you make. In Rahlek's case, where he did have the advantage with the Tenri groove before, where he misused it, I think that he had a situation where where Susi's southern flank was very vulnerable, and he could have taken advantage of that, and he misused his pieces and didn't. And I think another big mistake is that he's putting way too much money in the north, especially that mage and that wagon. I do not like those buys at all. Or sorry, the mistake that Rahlekk is making. That mage and that wagon is not good.
Let me ask a question, quickly following up on something we brought up earlier. We're talking about we're still in favorable wins, so this is still applicable. How crit range is 5 and plus. Does that also apply to bad weather when you're 4 max range?
When you have 4 max range, you cannot crit as a trebuchet.
Yeah.
You can only crit at 5 range.
I have seen 2 games where players did it without knowing.
Yes.
One of them in my game where I was like, oh, I guess it just doesn't work like that. And in my game,
I believe we commentated
on
Monday, yeah.
Yeah. He just didn't know that. I was like, oh no, it doesn't crit. And he built the catapult thinking it would. It is one of the more unintuitive parts of the game for sure.
I do kind of like Susi's push here. He does have an advantage, and the only thing is he's going to lose that knight. But I think that he can kind of take top if he uses Valdir.
I'm not sure if he will necessarily lose his knight, actually. It depends on how Rahlekk plays it, right? But what's the line? Oh, never mind. It's actually pretty simple.
Yeah,
right.
it is.
I was thinking that he had to dislodge that spearman and then get the crit. No, he just moves it up or to the right and up. Yeah, okay. I'm being silly there. I really don't like how Susi's been. Was that just him moving? I guess it's just moving his knights as far as he can, but just where he's been placing his knights in general, I really don't like it.
I don't either.
But he is at least pushing forward, so he is making his advantage much more threatening. I guess even right now, he is sitting on a permanent economic... Well, actually, no, it's not permanent because it's only due to favorable winds. But he can move that trebuchet. Oh, what is he doing? That's...
I think he's just trying to push top. And I kind of agree with it. But at the same time, he has to dislodge that trebuchet in order to actually push top.
Yeah, that's what happened in my game, where I actually had a pretty decent push at top, and then trebuchet just shuts it down completely.
Yeah.
It's protected by that river. So he's building quite a few knights. I think we can expect Rahlekk to build some pikemen for the next few turns.
He built a wagon too. Jesus.
Oh my god, why would you buy a wagon up there?
Why?
Why would you buy a wagon up there?
Yeah,
I
that's
don't
a great
understand.
question. I don't understand it either.
Like, it makes more sense to build from the bottom right one. The top, this top barracks is absolutely fantastic for pumping out spearmen because of how close it is.
Yeah.
For a second, I thought Rahlekk made a horrible mistake, but he does in fact know how to count squares. I was looking, I was like, wait, did he just? No, he didn't. He's fine. Oh man, that would have been something if he did. So we're seeing
just misplayed there. He didn't kill the knight. And I think that too, that was a big misuse of his gold. I mean, he'd be better off just buying a giant up there.
He has a lot of gold.
Yeah, I think he should have bought like a giant or something up there to push back. Because otherwise he's not going to be able to defend it. He doesn't have he really needed to kill that knight.
I think the right play was kill the knight and just build a trebuchet there.
Yeah, that might have worked.
Because what's gonna kill your trebuchet once the knight is dead? What,
Right.
all these spearmen?
And Tenri is always going to win a trebuchet versus trebuchet battle. So I mean, you can just keep moving forward with the trebs, and you can't be stopped. I don't like that.
See, like
wagon
you're even going to bring your spearmen up here. Well, maybe he's still gonna build trebuchet here. Actually, it's probably fine because that knight can't go anywhere. That knight is actually can't advance very much because the forest just destroys knights.
I mean, he can retreat.
Yeah, but I mean, if he's built a trebuchet here, then he's in a great spot.
Yeah.
But I feel like right now he's really tempted to go for that heal, even though it's not a great idea.
I think Susi just pushes on through here. Because not only is Susi going to kill that spearman there.
That's fine. That archer is...
I don't think that's a good buy at all.
Okay, he should have...
He really should have built something bigger up top.
Yeah.
Like a giant, a trebuchet, something.
Oh man. Yeah, Susi's just gonna demolish this. Where he should have put that knight is actually exactly where his trebuchet is. Or where Tenri is. That's the correct spot to put that knight. There, it's actually just kind of weak. Do you think you would call this yet, or give it a turn or two before you call this one?
I don't think that this is over.
I'm tempted to call this one because that's a crit on that night.
Oh yeah, good point. I knew that the knight was under attack, but I forgot that was crit because the favorable wins.
Yeah. I mean, even with wins,
Yeah.
it was a crit, but it's easy to forget that.
Yeah. And he's just pushing on through top too. He's losing so much top.
Honestly, I think a big part of it is tiredness at this point because they have been playing for like nearly 3 hours now.
Yeah.
Definitely an endurance game. It makes me wonder if we get the standard quick play turn timer options in hosted games, like what difference will that make?
Probably a big difference. I still think a 30-minute pool for time is better.
Well, I'm only saying quick play time just because if
But I
we
mean,
get
even
a
if-
change next
even if
patch,
we had
it's
the
just
quick-
gonna be that.
Even if we had the quick play timer, it's 2 minutes, isn't it? Right? 2 minutes 30 seconds. So if they took 2 minutes every turn they have right now, it's still over 30 minutes for this game, almost 40 minutes, right?
Yeah. I think it was, like, none of the games today have really been dragged on as the ones on Monday. What made the Monday ones so painful was the players were really taking their time on their turns as well. Things are happening, it's just things are not exactly productive. If that makes sense without sounding really mean.
Yeah, it does make sense. They're not making the optimal play or near it.
There's just not a direction to it.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Do you kill the wagon here, or don't bother kill the wagon if you're Susi?
It's tempting. I don't know.
I mean, if you leave
think
the
it's
wagon
not-
there,
it's
you
not
can.
good, though.
If you leave the wagon there, it gives your opponent a chance to outplay themselves with the wagon,
Yeah.
which I have on good authority. It's the winning strategy.
I like that better personally. I like that. Moving the knight back.
I am
like
so
that.
glad. I'm so glad he pulled his knight out of the.
Yeah, really. Out of the
forest.
slog in the north.
He should probably. I'm not sure if he. Yeah, he just waited that skeleton. I wasn't sure if the right move was to attack the spearman or not, but I think I lean towards not moving it in, just because the archer's there. But yeah, these knights are gonna win because.
Rahlekk with his CO into crit range again.
That's. I mean, at least the knight can't crit him. Actually,
You want to think about that one again?
knight doesn't crit him.
Really, what knight doesn't crit him?
Any of that. Oh wait, never mind. One knight does crit him. Never mind. You're right. I forgot neutral cities. You can move through them.
Gave you so many ways out.
Night crits are hard.
They
he's
are.
getting
They
hit by
are so
one
hard.
night crit, a regular night attack, and the treb.
No, the Trev can't.
Oh yeah, he's not getting hit by the treb.
Oh wait, actually no, he's fine. What he has? Oh no, never mind. He put his spearman there. Oh no, he's fine. Yeah, what he does is he moves his wagon. He brings his spearman to kill the knight, then he uses the mage to capture the city. Easy.
Huh?
He moves
So he
the
moves
wagon.
the wagon.
The spearman kills the knight, and the mage captures
Oh,
the
that's the
city straight
swordsman,
down.
not a spearsman.
That's a swordsman. That's not spearsmith.
Never mind.
It's hard.
And he
That's fine.
lost all of his units up north. Jeez.
That was strange.
Yeah, that was weird.
Do you think Rahlekk dies this turn or not?
No. I don't think he can die this turn. I don't think the night crit and that kills him. And I don't think there's anything in range of hurting him otherwise, because knights can't move in rivers. Oh, wait,
Well,
they can.
technically he can.
But,
But there's a wagon
he
there.
can't move the wagon, yeah. Wagon OP, man.
Oh man, wagons are so relevant in this game.
Jeez. What?
What? I think that was a misclick. That's
What?
gotta be a misclick.
Did he just give up?
No, that's a misclick, I think. But that'll probably be game.
It really sucks to have misclicks on this map, huh, Kaal?
Yeah, really.
That was the part we left out about my match, by the way, Doc. I actually won the match, except I lost lethal to a misclick. Oh, manners!
What the heck?
No, that was
Manners. manners.
Yeah, that was manners. I wonder if either player spent. No, neither player bought that round either. So
The only difference is some groove charge, that's it. And I guess a whole turn of income.
well, did neither player buy that turn?
Nope. They are both sitting at huge amounts of money now.
I mean, it's so who benefits the most from having that purse now?
I have no idea. I really have no clue, man.
That was such an inoptimal move. We broke Kaal.
I really just don't know. Did he just buy an archer in turn?
Did he buy? Oh my god. In Smash, we call that a homie stock.
That wagon is actually keeping Tenri alive completely right now.
Yeah, it is.
But
It's
here's the thing.
It's still a should buy, but I mean,
Yeah.
But it is the position. Control of the bridge is helping him stay alive.
Yeah, like any unit would realistically do it.
Right.
That's the thing about it, right? It's like, oh, the wagon's doing so much work. Well, yeah, any unit would have in that position.
Right.
The only thing special about a wagon as a blocker is that it has, well, I mean, I guess it does have an insane movement, but yeah.
So he missed the crit too. Oh wait, no, that wasn't. It was the other one. Not the crits. There's 9 HP one that crits. I don't know. I think I still would have gone in for it. Although, I
think
like that too, though.
Yeah, this line is fine because he can kill that. He can destroy that archer. He can Valder to kill the pikemen. And then probably what I would do is I would just push the wagon up and then
push
follow
the
with the
trap up.
trebuchet.
Yeah. That's exactly what I was thinking. That was not what I was thinking.
No, That's fine.
It's fine though. I think he can still push the Treb up one. Because if Tenri does just come right in like that, she's
It
gonna
should
have a bad
die.
time. Yeah.
Yeah. All those knights are just looking in like,
Yum yum.
yeah. That was a pretty bloody fight.
By my hand, rise.
Well, I think he's gonna cap the village. Nope, I'm wrong. Now he's gonna move the Treb up though. Now he's gonna move the Treb up. He's gonna want to move it all the way up to Balder.
Yeah, I think so too.
Because if he doesn't, then it's just gonna get crit by the other trebuchet. I know the more I play, the more the extra range from the Ballista seems tempting, but I still feel like I'd rather use trebuchets than Ballistas, just because Ballistas do so little damage.
Yeah, I agree. I'm not really
Like-
big on the treads in general, but if I was going to use one, I would use the trebuchet.
Because here's the thing: let's say you have a Ballista, and you're like, "Oh, it'll outrange the Treb." Well, do you know what? The Treb just move 2 into range, and suddenly, if you hit the Treb will kill your Ballista.
Yeah, exactly.
Like- That's. I guess that's fine. I
guess
mean,
it's okay, but I think he should have moved all the way forward.
he's not thinking that Tenri can just walk backwards.
Yeah.
He's just not thinking about that because he's probably tired.
And now Tenri has her
I'll make
groove
this.
again. Hopefully he can do something more with it this time.
I think she's gonna die before that happens. Because you know what? That Treb can crit.
The wagon.
Exactly. and then you can crit with that that crits, right? I don't think there's actually a knight crit there.
Yeah, there's
Never
not.
mind.
Plus that knight is in big trouble.
I suppose he can still kill the Treb, which is nice.
He's going to be losing all those archers up there, I think.
Man, are we going to get a reset again in this game? Yeah, these guys are just
No,
duking.
I think Susi's going to be pressing forward.
Susi is losing a lot. But yeah, I think you're right.
The Susi kills that archer next turn, unless it runs away. But even if it does run away, it's going to die to the knights.
It can't outrun a swordsman.
Yeah, that too.
Yeah, it's going all in.
Yeah. I think he's pretty
So-
good. Oh, a giant.
Valder
forgot-
actually
I
has
forgot
to
about that.
probably go home now. You
Yeah,
take
Valder
Valder
can
and
go.
you walk him home because you're ahead enough on units. You don't want to fight here. You get hit by the trebuchet anywhere, even if it's not a crit. Then the giant comes in and just pow. So he has to be have a little bit of care when how he clears this out, so that he can still get his knight to crit on that treb. But it shouldn't be hard. Shouldn't be the keyword.
I mean, he's already got a crit on the treb.
Oh yeah, he does. So if you're Susi, what do you do about the fact that there's a giant that's about to destroy your treb?
I just put a wagon on the bridge. It works all the time. No, I'm just gonna stick my swordsman in the mid. Swordsman and Spearman and make a wall in the middle, which he's about to control completely, and just have the Treb poke shots at the giant until it's dead, or runs away. Plus, he could also just make his own giant.
He has the funds for it. I always forget that giants have the same movement as dogs, which is actually pretty insane.
Yeah, giants move a long way.
I mean, it's the only way they'll be useful.
Yeah.
Do you think Baldur is scared enough that he should get in the wagon and go home?
I mean, it's an option. I mean, he really
mean-
doesn't need to push on Tenry here.
Once
Yeah,
he
if he
remembers
pushes
to get
Henry.
out, as long as he
Oh,
remembers to
don't
get
get
out of the
close.
wagon and not get pulled by Henry.
Oh man.
Yeah, that can be a really terrible mistake. I think he did. He made an error by not critting with the bottom knight and killing the archer with the top knight.
Yeah, I think you're right.
I think he's gonna slam down his own giant in response here. Ooh, now just the treb. And that's okay too.
Yeah, because now both tribes protect each other, right?
Well, I think that the bottom treb is going to die this turn. Or
Well, right, he can pull the treb in.
yeah,
Well, depending on the range. We actually aren't 100% sure on the range, but
yeah, I forget the range to be honest. I play a lot of Tenry, and I just know that if I move, I click on Rising Wind, and it shows me the whole area where I can move. It's like, all right, let's go. I've been a little lazy about learning things like that.
well, that makes me feel better. I mean, I don't even play Tenry.
She's so good, man. Plus, she's cute. I love her ready animation. She could also do some really cheeky stuff by bringing the giant down and just setting it free in the back of Susi's backline.
Every time I mention the trebuchet dying, I keep imagining just throwing the giant at it. That seems a lot more fun than putting the trebuchet in, to be honest.
Yeah, I'm all down for this giant meteor in the back line.
Yeah, I think putting a giant meteor in the backline is probably better, to be honest.
Especially since you threatened the next trebuchet, because if he just hits it, well, again, it's in the water, so we'll go lower than 4. But a non-crit trebuchet will only put a giant down to 4, which
Yeah.
means it has not impacted its firepower, not one
At
bit.
all, yeah. And really, if he kills the trebuchet with the giant, he's going to be killing it from the south. So he's going to just... Those knights are
Oh,
going to be in for a bad
man.
time.
That's actually pretty good if he does that. Wait, did Susi build another wagon?
He did.
What? What? Why would you do that?
It's actually a rule in the tournament. There has to be a minimum of 2 wagons on the field.
Minimum of
at any
2
given
wagons
time.
on the board at a time.
Otherwise, it's a double
forfeit. I guess he's. Oh,
Here we go.
he's in it. Yoink.
Oh.
Why
Well,
there?
I mean, because the giant didn't reach it.
Oh, I guess it doesn't have to sit in the water. That is bad RNG there, because the giant should normally does one
Yeah.
shot at trap.
It is pretty bad RNG, actually.
That is actually nightmarishly bad because it averages. Wait.
He really put that in a terrible position. I mean, it's fine because he kills it with the archer, but he should have been able to kill the knight this turn.
Rahlekk should die this turn.
Yeah? I don't
That should
see
be
it.
lethal. The knight has a crit.
Which knight? Oh, that knight.
Man, knight lethals are hard to see.
Yeah, so it's got the... now he's not dead, I think.
No, never mind. He's not dead. No. 2 knight crits is not a lethal.
Yeah.
And that is not even 2 knight crits.
Right.
That heal actually just saved his game, whatever. Actually, he's not even... he's a bit... His econ disadvantage isn't that bad, because he can probably take back that village now. You know what? I think the trade was pretty even, but I think Rahlekk won that trade a little, but he was losing. So now we're going back to a neutral game.
Right. I think if we do have a reset here, now that Tenri's used her groove, Susi's gonna have a bit of an advantage with Ricochet in the back, a Ballista in the back, the Knights. I mean, for this game to for Tenri to lose, for Rahlekk to lose, the advantage going back into neutral is a pretty big deal. But yeah, that mage, even if Susi didn't spot lethal, that mage heal was extremely valuable.
Yeah. I know at least a few games that I've played on the between quick play and ladder. On some games, I know I won only because my opponent just missed the lethal. It is way easier to miss a lethal than you think. In general, I would say.
Yeah, I would agree.
I'm not sure if I'm happy with Susi moving his trebuchet forwards because, man, there's a giant there. You need more stuff to protect your shit from the giant.
Whoa. I don't know about that much. I think one of the reasons that we miss lethal is because of experience with Advanced Wars and other games. There's not really a concept of commanders, so we don't look for how to kill the commander before we look for how to kill their army.
I look for how to kill the commander.
I haven't, to be honest. I just look for how can I kill our army.
I get really lucky on a lot of games that I should have lost. I win through surprise kills. I'll be honest.
You also main Shadowverse before this, so he thinks in added damage.
Yeah, I know how to play to my outs. I know when to go for lethal.
Knows when to go for face.
Man. What else is there to go for? Oh man.
I mean, there isn't really the term. Advanced Wars never had the term lethal have to be a thing. It's a relatively new thing.
Lethal is sitting on headquarters. Okay, I really don't like the second trebuchet here. I'm already doubting your ability to protect one. You're not gonna be able to protect two.
He has no front line whatsoever. It's really not good.
I mean, I guess his plan is to wagon front line.
I guess. Just block with the wagons. He can't penetrate my wagons.
I mean, I guess he realized, oh, trebuchets are the answer to giants, but not like that. Not like that.
I think that he made a mistake in not moving his trebuchet forward more though, because it's on the north version. I think he should have moved it. Try to control both the middle and the bridges.
I think that was maximum range.
I think that's the max he could have moved without it
Oh, was
being
it?
really bad.
Okay.
But I think what Rahlekk does here is he moves that giant and he just hits the village because that threatens that trebuchet so much.
Oh right, there's no
Now
road.
put a lot of pressure on it. I think that's the play. That's fine. Yeah, hitting the village is good too because then he can cap it and stop the economic disadvantage. Plus, no knights will get to crit the giant because knights actually do pretty good against giants when they crit.
They do.
I think it would be a mistake for Rahlekk to build another spearman here because his spearmen are just gonna die to this
Yeah.
better positioned spearman.
He really does not have anything except for the
So-
giant to run into the trebuchets.
Yeah, I mean, the giant is a good way. Just, I think he needs You know, it would be. I'm tempted to say dogs are good right now, but then again, there are 2 knights. I like the knight build. That's probably good because
Yeah.
those spearmen are not going to be dealing with that knight.
And he really needs to make swords instead of spears, but the problem is that he's losing control of his top barracks. He may actually lose his top barracks this turn. Does a crit on a spearman kill the building? I don't think so, actually.
What's the multiplier on spearman crits? Like 1.5?
Yeah, it is. So it's
Yeah,
83 damage on a building.
Yeah, that's not gonna do it.
But still, it's a lot of pressure on your racks where you really don't want any pressure at all.
Yeah.
I like that.
A storm approaches.
Yeah, that's good. That's meter. I'm starting to really appreciate the value of meter.
Absolutely. Meter is so good.
I mean, listen, when you play a lot of Valder, your perception of meter changes a little.
Yeah. What meter? It's like you're playing Yoon from Third Strike. You're like, okay, I punched ice, now I have super. Can I gen?
Yeah, see, that's why I fed Kochi so much meter, because I'm like, what do you mean you can get value killing things again and again? Isn't it you kill and then you have to use your meter? I really don't like where he left his giant.
Wargroove is going to be relevant very soon here. Charges at 70.
Yep. And Susi might just try to cap that build. No, he's not. He's not going to try to cap it. He knows better than that. You know, it's not a terrible idea for him to just poke the barracks and then bring the trebuchet up a step or two, because what's going to threaten the trebuchet? Yeah, he moves it up 2 and it's perfectly safe. Actually, it's not perfectly safe, but it's safe enough. Yeah. One thing that I did in game 2 that was kind of questionable in retrospect is mages do not do as much against trebuchets as you would like them to do. Like, they do alright, but not as much as you would like. I think that was a mistake. He should have used his skeleton to hit the mage.
Absolutely. Just for more value.
Yep. Yeah. That's honestly a fine play considering he has a trebuchet there. He's gonna be able to take that barracks, and taking that barracks will probably end the game.
Yeah, or at least begin the end of the game.
I mean, to be fair, that's a good way to deal with giants, is just have 3 barracks. and
Right.
we'll deal with that giant because that's what giants attacks. Also, he just built 2 more spearmen. Buddy, spearmen. I guess spearmen deal with the knight, but
I mean, he's looking at the value of playing a spearman with a wagon in range too. He just
That's
said,
true.
I can build a unit and I can put it anywhere I want to right now. And plus, my gold was perfect for that turn.
that's true.
If you have 2 wagons, you might as well use them. You'll also be able to, depending on the positioning, this wagon, the 6 health wagon, will be able to drop the pikeman into crit range right under the bridge. Not sure
Yep,
if that's gonna
I
be
see.
the best play or not, but like both the ballista
someone-
and the trebuchet covering it.
I see someone else has been playing the lethal puzzles.
Yeah.
Oh man, those puzzles really do force you to. You know, I actually managed to complete the 25th one by myself without any guides, and I was pretty proud of that. That was difficult.
It was just a pain to calculate. It wasn't really like exceptionally hard. It was just like you just had to count how much
You
damage you're
begin-
doing.
Yeah, you begin to figure out the patterns after you do it because you learn techniques, right?
Right.
You begin to figure out, oh, I gotta put a spearman here, so now we can crit and.
Thank you to everyone who's sticking around tonight. You're watching Groove of War.
Rahlekk just made a huge mistake.
Yeah, just put his giant in a crit range of that trap.
That's. Yeah, no, that's just the nail in the coffin now.
Yeah, I think so.
I don't see the giant in the the top treb.
The top trap.
I would assume.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'd assume Rahlekk was only looking at the right one.
Yeah, which is pretty fair in all honesty. It's not the easiest thing to see. I acknowledge that.
1:18 a.m. if you're on the East Coast, which he is.
Yep, it's
Earth
late.
my time. Yep. Definitely
I
an
mean-
endurance game, a best of 3 set, man.
Remember when we were planning to do 3 matches?
Yeah, no. I think
Susi
2
did-
is good.
I think we might only schedule 2 for Friday.
You don't want to stay up until Saturday morning casting Wargroove?
I don't know how many of our viewers and players will want to.
Yeah.
Sounds like you're the only one who doesn't want it, Doc. No, we'll when we look at future games, guys, we have a lot of people who are interested in being streamed, and who also kind of like keep an eye. They watch the games to know when they're gonna play. So if both games
Yeah.
go to 3, or if the games speed up, then we usually have someone who wants to play a 3rd game. So it
Yep.
it depends.
Yeah. I'm just imagining 3 matches that all end up like this because the more the tournament goes on, the more people are getting matched against people similar to them just because of how Swiss works, right? So that's why day 1 we were done, what, 3 hours, 3.5 hours?
Yeah.
We were like done by 9 o'clock. And since then we quite haven't reached those times again because again everyone's playing against people similar to them, right? I'm playing against someone else who won their 2 matches. When you have similar skills, it's gonna take a while. But I think this is gonna end soon. Yeah, that giant dying will just be the end of it.
Does
I hope-
Reed have lethal on her? I think she does.
Does she?
You put there's a Lancer crit, a Knight hit, and a Trebuchet crit kill her? And Ballista.
I'm not seeing the Lance crit.
Okay, so the Lancer on the top. Oh, wait, never mind. There's not enough room. Never mind. Oh, wait. Yeah, definitely not enough room. Rip. Although he could still do a Lance crit and the Knight hit. Or
Oh
not
no,
the
he
Knight
can
hit.
he can totally do a Lance crit. You're right.
Yeah,
He can Lance crit.
Plus Trebuchet plus Ballista.
That
might
should be lethal. I'm pretty sure. Because Trebuchet crit's gonna do 6 damage alone. If I remember correctly. Ballista will do another 10, so that's 7.
Actually, he could just hit with Valder. That would be more damage anyway than the.
Oh yeah, I just hit with Valder.
Valder,
But
Trump crit, and Ballista should kill.
But that's a non-trivial lethal to spot, and it is, as we have decided, very late.
Now is he gonna spot the crit? Or is he gonna spot the,
Spot the lethal.
yeah.
That looks like he might have spotted. Well, actually, I'll say it once I see the treb hit.
Yeah,
Actually, after the...
the Ballista.
Yeah, okay. After the Ballista hit was the more damning one.
Yes, please. RNG, please. Hey. All right.
Hey!
So 2-0 to Susie.
2-0 to Susi.
You fought well.
Those are some hard fought matches, though, between both of them.
Those were hard. Those were well-earned victories for Susi.
Yeah. Fought through a big slog to get there.
Yep.
There are some brawlers.
Imagine if that was an Emmerich green
Oh.
finger.
Please.
So, so with that said, wow, what a series. That was, oh, I feel like we're all coming out from air now.
yeah.
That's 2-0 for Susi. That puts Susi 2-1 in his pool. Rahlekk falls to 0-2, which, again, I feel really bad for Rahlekk because he's really putting up a fight on these games. But unfortunately,
Yeah.
with a bye round included, the best he can go now is 1-2. Rahlekk, I hope you show up to the next Groove of War because you're a force to be reckoned with.
Rahlekk has actually made one of the maps that we are considering for the custom map pool. It's a very fun map. It's called Clam Bay. You should check it out. It's in the Finished Maps Discord that we're making for finished maps. Test it out if you'd like. It's a lot of fun.
So we'll go through a few little show notes before we end for the night. Once again, thank you so much for watching. This is Groove of War, a 1-week launch tournament celebrating the launch of Chucklefish's new game, Wargroove. If you're interested in the community competitive side of the game, check out our Discord, Groove of War. I'm sure somebody will quickly link it in chat. The next Groove of War should be coming up in about a week or two, and you can join in from the start. Go through the same week-long tournament that everyone else is. A few notes on that. We opened up the Groove of War ladder. So if you don't want to play quick play, if you want to play in a more competitive ladder with ladder rules, that is available to you now. Our next broadcast here on this channel, it will be a Wargroove stream. It will be Friday's matches. And then after that, we will be on a TBD schedule as we determine exactly what the schedule looks like for the bracket tournament.
Yep.
So, with that said, Daak, do you have anything you'd like to say before we head out tonight?
I think I'm pretty good. That was a lot of games. Well, not a lot of games, a lot of games. That was actually this is the least games we've casted.
Yeah, they were long games.
Or is this the same as day one? Because day one was also 6 games. Yeah, I think day one was 6 games as well, actually.
Kaal, I'm gonna let you sort of lead off. Quickly talk about the potential for the map testers and map creators on the Discord?
Sure, we're making a custom map pool for future tournaments and the ladder. You can join through the Discord link that I just posted. This one actually works. Just go in, check out the map resources, check out our somewhat small guidelines to what we have figured out so far about Wargroove competitive maps. We have a huge area for testing, and we've got about 4 or 5 maps that are ready, we think, to go into the map pool. So come on, check them out. Rahlekk, who just finished that series, is one of the map creators. He made a map called Clam Bay. It's one of my favorites. Yeah, there you go, Clam Bay Riot. And yeah, come check it out.
Alright, so with that said, thank you again. If you want to watch more competitive Wargroove, give a follow to the channel. I stream more than just Wargroove, so keep that in mind. Hang out with me during another stream. I saw some of you guys hanging out with us yesterday on League of Legends, but we play way more than Wargroove in League of Legends. So stop by, Gavin_XI. I forgot to mention it last stream, but I want to mention it before we fully get off tonight. I do try to host people directly after streams, so I plan on finding like a low view Wargroove channel. Hashtag Gavin Raid. I really love like taking these viewers or these streamers who only have 2 or 3 viewers, who have like a really good setup, really good everything, but just people can't find them. I love just giving them 40 viewers and watching their entire night just light up. So if you're interested in joining me for that, I'd be highly appreciative. But for now, this is Gavin, Daak, and Kaal. We're signing off. We'll see you guys on Friday.
See you Friday.
See you Friday.